get underway, thank you. This is the Stream 4 hearing for the Porirua Proposed District Plan. I'm Trevor Robinson, the Chair. I'm accompanied by Commissioners St Clair and Pnrp on this occasion. Is there anyone on the line other than the Council team? And so does the Council team have any preliminary issues they need to talk to us about?
Nothing for us, Chairman.
In that case, can we talk about the order of batting? Presumably, Ms Sweetman, you'll go first with the strategic objectives. What's the proposal between you and Mr Ackland, Mr.
So what we've got planned today and tomorrow is after strategic objectives, we're going to move into Mr Smeaton's reports, and that's amateur radio, earthworks, infrastructure, light, noise, renewable energy, three waters and transport. That continues on this afternoon, and then you'll hear from the Council's witnesses. In relation to those topics, we anticipate that's likely to flow on into tomorrow, so we've set time aside for that. And then you'll hear from myself later tomorrow on temporary activities and signs, and as well as two of those experts come back to do presentations regarding those two topics.
Now, Mr Smeaton, in terms of your topics, I don't know what you've planned, but it occurs to me that since I've given legal counsel the ability to file addendum submissions on the matters the subject of the joint witness conferences statements that were filed later last week, that it would be helpful if we could arrange to hear the transport and infrastructure components tomorrow rather than today, which would mean that, and I was thinking, because rather than go through those which are both very substantial topics and then have to return to them, if there are any further inputs from the submitters' legal teams, which would mean that we could suggest maybe that we could hear, wherever we're up to, that we hear from Ms Fraser and then Mr Lloyd first thing tomorrow. Then they wouldn't need to be whiling away their day listening to things in which they have no interest.
Yeah, that seems appropriate to me.
And then we'll, because I think that it's a safe option that those two topics will probably take most of tomorrow. And if we move more quickly, Mr Ackland, I was thinking that if you could be a reserve, that if we finish Mr Smeaton's other topics before the end of the afternoon, that we might swing into your ones. We could always hold Mr Lloyd over and talk to him about both about the infrastructure components of his evidence and the temporary military training at the same time.
Yeah,
first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely fine.
Okay, well, on that happy note, Ms Sweetman, you're number one to go.
Thank you and good morning, Commissioners. I have not prepared any supplementary evidence from my review of the evidence that was received. There was nothing substantive in terms of the topics that I've covered. So my role in terms of this particular hearing is on the strategic objectives relating to a functioning city. So 01, 02, which are covered in Mr Smeaton's infrastructure report, and there is a separate report on SC 04 and FC 03. So I am happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
I had only one question, Ms. Sweetman, and this is about your proposed amendment to FCO 3. I can understand what you're trying to do, that you're responding constructively to Kaingaora's submission, but I wonder if the end result is too broad. And I had two thoughts where it might have unintended and undesirable consequences. The first is that it could provide a vehicle for trade competition objections. And second, and this is something I want to give Mr. Smeaton an early heads up, it would also extend into property matters. So, and the example that I want to discuss with Mr. Smeaton is that Transpower are seeking retention of physical access to the national grid, which, and the question I was going to put to him in that context was, isn't that a property matter rather than an RMA matter? And this wording would give a platform to run those kind of submissions.
Absolutely, it would give a platform, but the RMA does have particular provisions in it which say that you cannot object on the basis of trade competition, and there are certainly remedies right up through to the High Court if a trade competitor is seen to be using the RMA for spurious purposes. The Act has been amended over the years to try to dissuade supermarket and service station wars from occurring. It happens, obviously, still from time to time, but there are remedies for that.
Yes, and the inventiveness of large commercial players and protecting their commercial positions remains unbounded.
Oh, my personal view, sir, is it's improved.
Yes, yes.
Some still try it on.
I'm old enough to remember this, the service station wars that predated the supermarket wars.
So am I, sir, unfortunately.
So, agree that it's improved.
Yeah.
But do we want to give anybody any leeway? And then there's there's the
issue of the physical access is one that Mr. Smeaton and I did talk about in terms of, was it actually an RMA matter? Was it something that could actually be enforced by way of a permitted activity standard as well? And obviously Mr. Smeaton addresses it, but in my view, as you've said, it is very much a private matter in terms of if there is an asset on the site and they want to maintain access to it, then that's what easements are for. But Mr. Smeaton will address that himself later on, I'm sure. In terms of the amendments that I've made here, in my view, this objective needs to be considered in an RMA context. So if matters that are beyond the RMA are brought into fore, then they'll just have to fall away in terms of not being an RMA consideration, and people may certainly object or whatever. But they do need to be considered in that context. Putting an objective in here does not mean to me that lawyers can't use it as a loophole to bring on issues of private property and of trade competition.
Well, I wondered, I understand your point and don't disagree in principle, but my thought is, should we head them off at the pass and and insert something like existing lawful activities are protected from the adverse effects, including reverse sensitivity effects of incompatible activities. What do you think?
I can see why you are suggesting that, and that would tie in nicely with certainly the infrastructure suite of objectives and policies in respect. Sorry, I just moved away from the microphone. Certainly that wording would tie in well with the infrastructure suite of objectives and policies and rules in terms of reverse sensitivity and what the plan is proposing to do.
Well, maybe think on.
I will provide a right of reply in that regard, sir.
Can I add to that a question for consideration of that? It's my only question on the this objective.
Please go for it.
Thank you. In terms of the objective, it says existing lawful activities. When it doesn't seem to be connected to existing lawfully established activities, which is the wording that's used in the Act. I wonder whether lawfully established to make it so that it's consistent with that, rather than just when I read lawful, I kind of, well, it could be lawful under all sorts of things, but maybe not the RMA.
True, sir.
So yeah. I just wondered whether tightening that up maybe might assist.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, I'll give that consideration and address it in my reply.
Commissioner Pnrp?
No further questions from me.
Well, short and sweet.
I didn't think I'd have too many questions on one objective, sir.
We did try.
Yes, thank you.
We gave it our best shot.
Now, Commissioners, I will stay for the rest of the day and for tomorrow as well, just to be here and support and to be able to assist with answering any questions that you have of Mr. Smeaton and Mr. Racklin.
Over to you, Ms. Sweetman. Happy to have your company at a suitably social distance.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Smeaton, what would you like to start with?
I do have some speaking notes.
Please do. Well, can I just say before you start that I, and having discussed it with Commissioner Sinclair, found your supplementary statement very helpful, honing in on the matters of contention, shifting where you thought it was appropriate, not shifting when you didn't think it was appropriate, but telling us why. So I just record that.
Oh, thank you very much. It was certainly my intention to be helpful to the panel, so it's good that was useful. So as I say, I do have some speaking notes which I can pass out
Please
as well
do.
for your own records. Do I pass that to Ash?
Yep.
And I do apologise for the length of the notes. Obviously, I'm covering a number of chapters and matters. Again, I'm trying to be helpful while not being overly verbose. So I'll just start with just an overview, I guess. So my name is Rory Smeaton. I'm a Senior Policy Planner at the Porirua City Council, a position I've held since April 2020. Obviously, I'm providing evidence on behalf of the Council in respect of submissions and further submissions made on the proposed Porirua District Plan A brief summary of my qualifications and experience is attached to each of the Section 42A reports that I've authored. I note that I've authored the Section 42A reports for 7 chapters being heard in hearing stream 4, being earthworks, noise, light, infrastructure, three waters, transport, and renewable electricity generation. I'll be providing planning evidence on these chapters in hearing stream 4, as well as amateur radio. I note that technical expert evidence was provided on behalf of counsel from Ms Harriet Fraser on transport engineering and planning, Mr Nigel Lloyd on noise, Mr Glenn Wright on lighting, and Mr Andreas Georgis on geotechnical engineering.
Just take me back there again. I was. Can you repeat the name of your geotechnical engineering?
I'm afraid I may not have the best pronunciation.
Like I was relying on you to be able to tell me.
Well, yes. As much as I've tried, I don't think I'll probably do it any justice. So I might actually leave it to Andreas.
Mr. Andreas, for the moment,
later on.
until he can give us some guidance.
Yes. As we've already discussed and as you've already pointed out, Council's technical experts will be available for questions. I understand as we're listening into the live identify any issues that might come up during the hearing. Just going back to the amateur radio chapter, I note that I didn't author that Section 42A report. That report was authored by Miss Louise White. However, I note that I have a good understanding of the chapter and the issues as I assisted in preparing the chapter prior to notification and authored the Section 32 report for that chapter. I note that I've read Ms White's Section 42A report and agree with the recommendations contained.
Mr. Smeaton, just on that score, just as a formal matter, can you confirm that you adopt the...
Yes, I adopt those.
You adopt this Section 42A report in toto?
Thank you for that clarification. I know I've read the evidence, rebuttal evidence and legal submissions from submitters relevant to the chapters. I've also read the joint witness statements relating to noise and rail noise and transport matters. I'll now move on to my supplementary evidence that we've just noted on before. Following review of evidence and rebuttal evidence, but prior to legal submissions that were provided on Friday, I prepared a statement of supplementary planning evidence. That document generally addressed the matters raised by submitters in their evidence prior to the hearing, which remained in contention following recommendations made in my Section 42A reports. I note that a range of other matters may remain in contention where the interested submitters have not provided evidence. I know a number of the submitters have accepted the recommendations in my Section 42A reports, and the remaining matters in contention, as expressed in evidence, have been significantly reduced. Through my supplementary evidence, I've recommended further amendments to 4 chapters, being earthworks, noise, infrastructure, and transport. Within these notes, I've gone on to outline, hopefully briefly, those amendments I have recommended. So for today, I suppose I can just focus on earthworks, and noise. Accepting that tomorrow we'll move on to the other more substantive chapters. I recommended the following amendments to the earthworks chapter, precluding public notification for consent required under Earthworks Rule 1, Clause 2, for non-compliance with standards 1, 3, 4, or 5, exempting earthworks up to 2.5 metres height from Clause 1A of Standard 2. It is retained by a structure authorised by building consent. Minor amendments to Earthworks Rule 4, and inclusion of an additional advice note to address earthworks on flood protection structures. In relation to the noise chapter, I recommended amendments to that chapter to incorporate amendments as agreed by the joint witness statement for noise from road and rail infrastructure. And I note, in addition to that, that there were a number of outstanding matters that weren't agreed by the technical experts on that matter, but on the matters that were agreed, I accepted those. Amending Rule 5, Clause 1A1 to 100 metres, which was agreed by the experts, and also including 2 advice notes relating to habitable rooms within hospitals and healthcare facilities, and the assumptions to be used for calculating noise from rail. Those were also agreed by the experts. I also note that I recommended amending the noise corridor overlay to remove it from the Plympton Farm site and from Ms. Robin Smith, submission number 168.35, which was not addressed in my Section 42A report. In relation to transport, I note that this morning I received a note from Ms. Harriet Fraser that there are potentially some slight additional changes to what I recommended in my supplementary evidence, which led to interpretation of their recommendations through their joint witness statement. So she can address those later on when she provides evidence. I've gone on further in these notes to outline the number of submissions, the main areas those submissions addressed, and my recommended amendments for each of the chapters. So at this point, I'd just like to ask the panel whether you'd like to go me to go through all of those in one lump, as it were, accepting the ones that will be heard tomorrow, or...
No, I think we'll just do them subject by subject.
Okay.
Because your 42A reports are admirably clear about what's an issue, and I think the main thing that we want to get clear on is what's dropped off the list of things an issue.
Sure.
And we're better to do that when we deal with each subject matter and we've got the topic clear in our minds.
Absolutely. All right. Well, maybe I could just address amateur radio, as I presume that'll be a relatively quick chapter to cover off. As I noted before, I didn't author the Section 42A report, but yes, I adopt Ms. White's report and agree with her recommendations, which in brief were that only minor formatting amendments were required to the chapter. Just noting there were 18 submission points and 144 further submission points received on the chapter, and the main areas of contention were around general submissions and the introduction of the chapter, Yagi aerial permitted activity standards for residential zones, and the general rural zone permitted activity standards to allow for greater number of amateur radio installations. As noted, I have no substantive amendment were recommended in the Section 42A report. So if there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to receive them.
Okay, start with amateur radio. Commissioner Pnrp, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bear with me as I go through my yellow stickies. I've got a lot of yellow stickies here that relate to questions for some of the other witnesses and submitters. I'm just making doubly sure that I don't have anything for clarification for you. Submitters. And I don't. No, I don't think I do, Mr. Smeaton.
Oh.
So thank you very much. Your report was extremely clear, as the Chair has already acknowledged. And I don't have any questions requiring clarification from you at this point. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smeaton, I'll step into the breach. Do you think it would be helpful if there was a definition of what a Yagi aerial is?
Yes. Yeah, I was looking again at that last night, actually. So I think it could be. And what that definition will contain, I guess, might have to come back to you on that exactly. I guess it will have to be quite clear in what it is and is not, so as to not allow other things that are not intended.
Yes, but it just occurred to me that since there's a special set of provisions for that particular brand of aerial, and I found out what they were by reading the carpety material that was cross-referenced, but I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Yes. No, take that point. And yeah, I guess we can come back to you with a proposed.
And the other thing is that in relation to the issues you're canvassing about, since you've adopted your report canvasses, first of all about the submitters from the amateur radio people, about different standards, firstly for Yagi aerials. How do the PDP provisions compare with where Carpety landed ultimately following the Environment Court's assistance?
Yes, so in preparing that chapter, I did review the Carpety plan and the Environment Court decision on those provisions. And in terms of the Yagi aerial, the 2 metre limit was essentially adopted from that plan, or similar to that plan, in those zones, most notably the residential zone, in relation to visual amenity effects, essentially. So it aligned with that plan.
And same question as regards the section 3.4, the support structures, the number of areas and support structures in the rural zone. Same question, how does it line up with where Carpety landed?
I might have to come back to you on that question just to double check on that. We did review, obviously, as I said, the Carpety plan, as well as other district plans in relation to amateur radio installations and the provisions for them. So the exact alignment with the Carpety plan, I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but yeah, I might have to double check on that and come back to you.
Understand. I don't expect you to carry all of those sort of details in your head. It seemed to me that the thrust of the amateur radio submissions was that they'd been operating perfectly happily, well, at least from their point of view, pursuant to more permissive standards throughout the greater Wellington urban area, and that Carpety was an outlier in imposing more restrictive standards. What's your response to that? Anticipating that that's what they're going to roll in and tell us. So,
well, I suppose we were trying to get a balanced approach through the PDP. I do note through the operative district plan, it doesn't have any specific provisions relating to amateur radio, and therefore their installations have to comply with the general standards.
which are presumably, as regards height at least, more restrictive.
Restrictive, yes, correct. What occurred through historic development of the operative district plan through Plan Change 16, which introduced the new Network Utilities chapter, which Ms. Gina Sweetman could explain to you a bit further on this, but the Amateur Radio Club submitted on that plan change, seeking a separate set of provisions for their installations, which was noted in their reporting officer's report for that plan change. And so this PDP was essentially giving effect to that request and providing a separate set of provisions, because the amateur radio installations, which quite often the provisions are contained within network utility chapters or infrastructure chapters of other district plans, but they are not recognised in the RMA as infrastructure. So to include them in those chapters we did not consider to be, or I did not consider to be appropriate, and so we included it in a separate plan. So in comparison to the ODP, these are more permissive and allow a greater range of amateur radio to occur while being aligned with Kapiti, as that was the most recent district plan provisions to be prepared, and had obviously the Environment Court decision there as well.
Now, a number of potential reasons occur to me why amateur radio might be treated differently to Radio New Zealand. But in summary, what would your answer be?
Why it's treated differently?
Yes. Like as in effects terms, like obviously then the amateur radio operators are not network utilities as defined, but putting that aside, but in effects terms, what's the difference?
Well, I guess the main difference is that often they are located within residential areas, and normally in the backyards or front yards of a residential site, and therefore it obviously has effects on the residential amenity values of the surrounding area. So I think that's the main difference. Whereas, say, Radio New Zealand has quite a large site, designated site, where those effects are contained within there. And I guess the other matter I would say on that is with a number of people having these installations, they're sort of more dispersed throughout the city rather than the Radio New Zealand, which is more contained.
As opposed to one large area on Pnrp Peninsula.
Correct. Yes.
With nothing around it.
Correct.
Except grass and bush, which may possibly have landscape value. We're yet to come to a landing on that.
I'll leave that to my colleagues.
Yes, indeed. The devil's advocate response would be that under the NPSUD, there is put this objectively, something of a watering down of provision for urban amenity. Do you think that should bear on, like it'll raise its head in any number of contexts, but do you think that's relevant in this context? The policy effectively says that amenities changing, don't assume that the current amenity is immutable. That's a colloquial description of a long policy, but is that relevant in this context?
In my opinion, no. Yes, while acknowledging the NPSUD policy relating to amenity, and without having it in front of me as well, I think that relates more to the general change in amenity values in residential normally, or what referred to in or urban amenity, I suppose. Sort of change it over time, whereas these activities can have effects in the residential environment, notwithstanding any change that may occur to, say, higher densities or something like that. So I think it is different because of the activity that is being undertaken, if that answers your question. Hopefully.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair, anything from you on amateur radio?
Yeah. Just a couple of questions. The Yagi aerials, sorry, what is one and how big is it?
From what I understand, that they can range in size, but essentially it's a length of more solid wire or tube, which is then has a number of perpendicular wires placed on it, which one of those is a driven element, and then there is one at the back which is a reflective element, and then a number in front which are the directive components of it. It's essentially a structure of metal wire or tubing with a number of those in perpendicular.
In the environment and KCDC Environment Court decision, I saw it likened to an old-fashioned TV aerial.
Yeah, it's very similar to the VHF aerials you might have experienced in the old days.
I think we have one attached to our house.
Yeah.
In paragraph 54, this comes out of Mr. Crawford's submission. I'm on page 9 of the 42A report. These can have a boom length of up to 12 metres and an element length of up to 22 metres. And that's in relation to a larger Yagi aerial. I'm just trying to understand what am I supposed to be envisaging here in terms of what's a standard one and then what's a larger one. For some 12 metres and 22 metres, that might be a rather large section you've got that placed on, I would have thought.
Yes, you would assume so, yeah.
So the boom would be the cross member,
Yes,
and the element would be the perpendicular bit.
correct, yes.
So,
Thank you. Nothing further from me.
well, that would seem to conclude our discussion of amateur radio. Mr. Smeaton, what's next on your list?
I had Earthworks in my notes.
Sorry?
Earthworks, if you like.
The Commissioner at the moment, as she thumbs through.
Yeah.
Right, good to go.
How's it?
Wait for it.
Yes. Just want to get everything on the same page. So, can do an introduction first, I suppose.
Right. So please proceed.
Thank you. Well, as I say in my notes, there were approximately 46 original submissions and 31 further submissions received on the Earthworks chapter. I identified the key issues and contention in the chapter in my Section 42A report, as including whether all Earthworks provisions should be located within the Earthworks chapter, Earthworks provisions related to the national grid, Earthworks provisions specifically for rainwater tanks, the integration with the National Environmental Standard for contaminants in soil, and specifically exemptions for underground petroleum storage systems. Specific amendments sought to the objectives, policies and standards, and advice notes relating to the archaeological sites and other national environmental standards. My analysis resulted in recommendations to amend the chapter introduction, amend Objective 1 clauses 4 and 5, inclusion of erosion in Policy 1 Clause 5, amendment to Policy 5 and Rule 4 to include land disturbance and other matters, amending Standard 1 to exclude earthworks up to 400 square metres for removal or replacement of a fuel storage system, a number of additional exclusions for Earthworks Standard 2, and moving the advice note on archaeological discovery protocol and archaeological authority process to a new Appendix 16. So that's a very brief summary of the Section 42A report.
Thank you.
So open to questions.
This is a substantial report, so I think that if we go to consideration of your Chapter 3, we'll do this section by section and invite Commissioner Sinclair to go first.
As you can tell, this is not the order which I read these reports in.
Yes, he did the infrastructure one first because that was the most exciting one.
Let's start with a general question. Throughout the submissions, particularly in relation to the suite of topics that we're covering in this hearing stream, everybody wants to have different parts of the plan moved to different parts of the plan. Could you explain to us the overall rationale that you've used, if there is one, into why certain bits went in, certain bits? And Earthworks here is the first one it comes up in, but it's the same in infrastructure and transport. Everybody has a different view on the matter, it would appear, but I'm actually interested in what your rationale was.
And Transpower wants everything related to the national grid in the infrastructure section.
Yep,
Well, I suppose I can only give, because of the time frame that I joined in the process, I guess I can only give sort of limited insight into the discussions that occurred previously to that. Ms. Sweetman or Mr. Reckland.
Why don't you give that particular hospital pass to Ms. Sweetman?
Yeah.
I guess I can say that it was, primarily giving effect to the national planning standards and the structure set out in that, which is quite obvious. But Ms. Sweetman may have more detail on the particular decisions that were made.
I'd have to go, well, if it's that obvious, how come everybody's got a different view on it then?
Well, yeah, I guess like many things, interpretation is can be different between different people or what they're trying to seek. So,
Well, put another way, the national planning standards are clear on some things and distinctly opaque on other things.
correct.
Ms. Sweetman, can you assist the Commissioner to get an overall sense of why things are where they are?
Yes, sir, and Mr. Reckland might want to jump in as well. Certainly plan structure was something that we considered quite carefully. The National Planning Standards came out while we were in the throes of preparing the plan, so everything was thrown up in the air somewhat in terms of structure. But certainly when they did come out, very useful being in the Wellington region and being able to communicate closely with the Ministry for the Environment staff in terms of what the National Planning Standards require, and certainly what their intent was. So there are the National Planning Standards, obviously, and then there is some guidance that accompanies that in terms of how you implement them. Just going back to the law, sir, National Planning Standards, obviously we have a requirement to give effect to them, very much in the same way as a national policy statement or a regional policy statement. So there are certainly some elements of them that are very cut and dried, and there are some elements that are more discretionary.
Just since you referred to the legal position, I'm always intrigued by these guidance statements. Well, what's their status, and still even further step back, how much weight can be placed on input from MFE as to what they thought the Executive Council was trying to do, since that's where the ultimate source of legal authority for regulations comes from.
They're what they say they are useful guidance which you may choose to follow or you may have a different opinion on. So they're not mandatory by any way or means. But at least they can provide some guidance as to intent.
Thank you.
Where things are a bit...
Since I interrupted you, please carry on.
That's quite right. So we did talk a lot with the Ministry, obviously, about these vexed issues of where does one put earthworks, where does one put subdivision objectives, policies and rules, where does one put transport vis-a-vis infrastructure. Which one shall I tackle first? So in terms of earthworks, when we discussed the National Planning Standards, obviously they say that, earthworks provisions are to be in an earthworks chapter. But then when you start to take that further, and the discussions we had with the Ministry was thinking about what exactly effects we were managing here. So in terms of putting together the earthworks chapter, we were very focused on, well, what were we trying to manage through these objectives, policies and rules in there, which were basically, to a large extent, the effect of earthworks on visual amenity, on natural landform and the like. Managing earthworks in terms of historic heritage, though, is a quite different situation, and what you're trying to manage there in terms of earthworks is what is the effects of earthworks on the historic heritage matter, which is the subject of concern. So you're not so concerned there about the natural landform, you're not concerned about visual amenity, you're concerned about the effects on historic heritage. So that's the rationale in terms of where we're trying to manage the effects of earthworks on a Section 6 matter, that we've placed those provisions within those chapters. So they form a proper suite of issues we're trying to address. The issue of infrastructure and transport was a bit more of a vexed issue. What we looked at is obviously what is infrastructure, and certainly infrastructure as it's defined through the Act, and looking at the definition of network utility operators through the Act and what's sought to be managed there. It's quite clear that transport infrastructure, such as roads and rail, are part of infrastructure as a whole. So that was our reasoning to actually, and what we're trying to manage in terms of roads and rail is no different in terms of what we're trying to manage in terms of electricity and gas and the like. And obviously there is the provisions at a higher level at the regional policy statement, which talk to us about, managing regionally significant infrastructure. So we thought that putting those elements to do with roads and rail in terms of the provision of them was logical to us to put them into the infrastructure chapter. The separation we then made in terms of having a separate transport chapter was all about, actually it was managing what happens on private sites and the interactions that those then would have on the roading network. Mr. Racklin was heavily involved previously with the transport chapter, so he might want to have something further to say with that.
Not this at the time. They was still working through the national planning standards, so a lot of that conversation took place once we'd done the chapter as a whole, and then had to be, well, how do you split that up in a logical way that gives effect to national planning standards, and also, I suppose, what sits behind that, which is the idea of trying to get consistency in plans, so you don't get cross-boundary differences, and that's where we're hoping that discussions with MFE would give some guidance on some of those more fluid parts of the national planning standards. So we're hoping that they gave the same guidance to us as they did to everyone else, and that there is some sort of consistency, even if it's not printed in the actual planning standards.
So, as a testing whether that's actually worked, what's in the draft Wellington City Plan?
That I couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell you.
From memory, I think they've followed us to a degree while having separate sections of the chapter for the various overlays that it addresses. But in terms of transport, I believe it's a similar split.
In terms of Transpower and their provisions and their desire to have the rules and standards relating to the national grid within the infrastructure chapter, the reason that we put them within the zone chapters was really just to make sure that they didn't get missed so much. I mean, really, to me, it's a matter of semantics when it comes down to it, because we are moving, as required by the national planning standards, onto an e-plan form where we're not relying on paper plans anymore. Paper will become obsolete, and when you're looking at plans, you're doing it online. You might search for a particular thing, you might put in your property, and it will come up all the different provisions that your property is subject to, or particular properties are subject to. So to some degree, it just really doesn't matter where things are placed. Our view was that it was more appropriate and easier for the end user, who is property owners, to be able to see if they were affected by the national grid, what those provisions were. But similarly, we could have put the Earthworks rules into every single zone chapter as well, and it's the way we sliced and diced it. And I suppose when it comes down to it, it was our view of how it best fit and sat, but in the end, if the decision's made to put it in the infrastructure chapter, then that's, from my personal opinion, I wouldn't be too concerned.
Is the difference that most people would realise that that there will be provisions
It-
about earthworks, but they might not realise.
There might be provisions about a national grid, and that's quite right, sir, and that was part of the rationale, is that people are more likely to be looking at the zone chapters in terms of what might affect them, and they might not realise they're subject to the national grid. Of course, it does come up as an overlay on property, so people will be aware of the fact that they are subject to it, and there are particular rules that relate to them.
And is the reality that in this phase, before everyone gets used to an E-plan, you're managing perhaps, I was going to say the older generation, perhaps the older generation of planners who like to print things out, and lawyers for that matter.
No comments, sir.
Both Commissioner Sinclair and I wanted a hard copy of the plan.
You might see the lack of paper around me,
Yeah.
sir.
Well, Mr. Smeaton has an impressive pile of paper next to him, but I suspect those are his reports.
Were there any further questions on that? That took a little bit of time.
No, that's covered it off for me, thank you.
Thank you.
Because we're talking about earthworks, is there anything in the RPS in terms of the difference between which scale of earthworks that the regional council responsible for and look after, or that, and therefore a district council within this region does, or do they, in terms of the PRP, do they look at particular, exposed surface area or volume compared to the bit that Poirua's addressed in this plan?
From memory, the Pnrp normally addresses where sites have more than 3,000 square metres of earthworks in any 1 year undertaken on it. There are a number of rules that relate to that. There are particular rules just for earthworks, but then there are also rules for stormwater discharges from urban development that also contain, I believe, from memory, contain that 3,000 square metre threshold. In terms of the RPS, from memory, there isn't a particular split in that, giving direction down to the regional plans and district plans in terms of the scale of earthworks for each.
And so what's the limit or trigger for earthworks consents in this plan?
In this plan, so it's based on a zone in terms of area. So each zonal group of zones has a particular area per site, and then there are also the standards for height and depth of cut and fill and slope.
So what's for general residential or whatever, can you give us some examples of those?
I believe the general residential was 250 square metres. I can turn to that now.
So that's area rather than volume.
Correct, yeah, and that's set in Earthworks Standard 1. 250 square metres for residential settlement and neighbourhood centre zones. And then for generally the commercial zones, that moves up to 400 square metres. Open space and active recreation is 500. And 1,000 for in the rural areas, future urban zone as well.
Before you go on, Commissioner, sorry, something I should have raised really the tail end of Ms. Sweetman's description, Mr. Smeaton. Your conclusion at paragraph 67, I wanted to ask you if that's put too strongly, wouldn't give effect to the national planning standards. Given that they're contradictory.
Well, I guess through my analysis at that time, I believe that was not too strong.
I'm not saying you can't change your mind. It just seemed that, reflecting from Sweetman's point of view, that slicing and dicing, there's a case to be made either way, and there's no clear direction in the national planning standards.
I'm just reflecting on the contents of that table 3, where I set out the provisions of the national planning standards for each of those. I guess you'd say the overlay areas, which sought to be included in the Earthworks chapter, and a lot of them have that. Where the following matters are addressed, they must be located in that particular chapter, and then certain clauses, for example, historic heritage provisions to protect and manage historic heritage. So, in my view, it was the Earthworks rules which are managing effects on those matters of value or other things. The national planning standards were saying that those provisions must be contained in those chapters. And I guess that's what I was reflecting on in analysing Kainga Ora's submission, wanting to take those out of those chapters, that it would not give effect to those provisions. As Ms. Sweetman has already identified, and as you've already reiterated, there is some opaqueness to some of the national planning standards.
But these ones are clear.
That I think these ones are quite clear in that.
So in other words, these are the exceptions to the flexibility. So yeah, I understand. So you stand by your
yes.
principle, and I understand why. Thank you.
Thank you. Paragraph 89. Sorry. What's a vertical hole? And you better probably, I know that sounds flippant, but you might as well give us some context into this policy about what people are actually talking about. And I'm assuming it's different to a horizontal one, which might be mistaken for a tunnel or something.
Or something in between.
Yes. Well, from my reading of Transpower's submission, they were concerned that particular disturbance of the earth would not be addressed by the definition of earthworks, which excludes fence posts installation of fence posts. So their terminology of vertical holes was to capture those types of land disturbance. Obviously, through my recommendations, I didn't consider that was a particularly good term to include in the plan, which is why I leaned more towards the land disturbance terminology.
Now, there was a bit of back and forwarding in terms of Transpower's evidence in relation to that, and it's in your response that we got last week as well. So what's the conclusion to all of that in terms of addressing that matter that Transpower raised? Where you've got to in your own?
Sorry, which in terms of
So this is,
vertical holes?
yeah, vertical hole and how it relates to 5. What is it?
Right.
Policy 5.
I don't think I changed my opinion on that through the supplementary planning evidence.
Just to shift the ground then, I think that, was it Mr Gibson from Survey and Spatial queried whether driving a fence post as opposed to digging a hole and putting the fence post in it,
Yes,
where would be land disturbance, and
I did read the submitted statement from Survey and Spatial, and I do recall reading that. And at the moment, I have not settled on or given it as much thought as I think it potentially requires. So at the moment, I don't think I can answer that. I might have to come back to you on it.
so that's on the to address in your reply.
I think so, yes. And I think it might be useful to hear the submitter and their presentation first before I make a recommendation on that.
Is that all you had on section 3.4, Commissioner? If you've got some more, why don't you do that, and then I'll go over what I've got.
Yes, that's all in 3 up to there. Yep.
In terms of returning to vertical holes, I see that your recommended wording still uses that for EWR4.
EWP4, yep.
Yes, you're correct. Oh, sorry. Did you say
R4 on page 16.
R4.
R4? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. In terms of not exceeding 500 millimetre in diameter, is that the?
But do you still get the same issue as to what is a vertical hole?
Yes, correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a very good point, and I think I would prefer actually if that were to be land disturbance rather than vertical holes.
So it'd be land disturbance exceeding 500 millimetres in, I suppose you couldn't call it diameter, but in any direction, something like that. You'll think about that.
Yeah.
I take it because it's related to the methodology in which it's conducted, whether there are issues around either directional drilling or thrusting for pipes, which is usually done to avoid trenching, whereas trenching's got the effects that you're worried about, but the other one The other methods generally don't.
I believe it is reflecting on the New Zealand Electrical Code of Practice. I think it's section 2.2 where it sets out a number of earthwork activities with distance from national grid structures and allowances for that. So I believe Transpower were trying to incorporate those exclusions, which essentially are activities which they're not concerned about in proximity to those structures to allow those to occur. So I think it's wording that's been pulled in from memory. But yes, I certainly take your point that the terminology should be consistent throughout the plan, in which case I'll prefer it to be land disturbance rather than vertical holes.
So that's something for you to ponder further.
And just sort of related to that is land disturbance, do you define that in the plan or is it in the national planning standards?
I believe it's in the national planning standards.
Certainly something that the regional councils often.
Yes, I can check that.
I think in your report you recorded it's defined in the National Planning Standard.
Yes.
That's one of the reasons why it appeals to you.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, looks like it is. And the difference between that and earthworks is one alters the height and contour of the land and one doesn't. Yep.
In my reading of it, land disturbance was a much broader terminology.
Yeah. Okay.
Something, Mr. Smeaton, that'll come more sharply into focus when we talk about the infrastructure section, but in paragraph 83, you're addressing policy 10 of the NPSET. Pull this up, so I've got the wording clear. And there are two, it said, in achieving the purpose of the Act, decision makers must, to the extent reasonably possible, manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects, etc., and to ensure that operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the transmission network is not compromised. Are they discrete? Do you read those as discrete elements? Is that not compromised generally, or not compromised as a result of reverse sensitivity effects?
I read it as two separate statements, I suppose. Avoiding reverse sensitivity effects and then not compromising the network as a result of the operation, maintenance, and other matters in that process.
So I think the reasoning in the Transpower evidence, particularly of Mr. Cartwright, is he's talking about people doing things that are not about their sensitivity to the network. It's about they're actually getting in the way, or like that's like the photo of the crane driver with the crane that's about to hit the wire and goes splat for half of the lower half of the North Island. So so it's all. So you read us too. I think linguistically that seems to be, I think that's the effect of the and. If it said so as to ensure, it would clearly be one. All right. Anything about rainwater tanks? Sorry, Commissioner Murray. Just grab me if there's anything that comes to mind. Rainwater tanks, Commissioner Sinclair.
No.
Underground petroleum storage systems. Anything for you?
No.
Paragraph 1.126, Mr. Smeaton. You said an exemption is appropriate for removal and replacement of a fuel storage system. What about repair? Repair and maintenance.
I believe I was reflecting on the wording of the National Environmental Standards for Contaminants in Soil. I'm, from memory, cannot remember if that actually includes the words repair.
I suppose I was looking at it cold, thinking the reasons why they might want to dig a hole where they've got a tank, either, as you say, to remove it, to replace it, but also if there's a hole in the tank, they might fix it.
From my experience, that's not the case. They don't repair tanks. They would only replace it, and that's to do with the risk of contamination of the soil. Generally, they don't.
So it doesn't. So it's not an issue in practice that, like, if the thing's leaking, they're going to replace it. It's sort of like your iPhone.
Yeah.
When it stops, throw it out. Don't think about fixing it.
Almost. I think the oil industry have and including retail petroleum, have a very strong focus normally on risk aversion. And from my experience, when undertaking replacement activities, so they won't even replace one part of the system, but will do the entire system for the reasons of avoiding potential risk and also efficiency as well. So, as you say, in practice, I don't think it's a particular concern, but I can go back and look at the NES to check whether that did actually include.
I think if the practical answer is they don't tend to fix things anyway, they pull them out, then that's fine. In terms of your reasoning at paragraph 130, you've identified problems with a complete exemption for temporary works. Could that be addressed by a specific time limit?
It could, in theory, I think. I believe if you were to try and place a time limit on, say, temporary earthworks, that may cause issues for different activities which you're undertaking the earthworks for. So I don't think it really solves the actual issue.
Okay, fine. Anything on definitions? Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes. In the definition, in relation to the definition of earthworks, there, first, if I've understood it correctly, First Gas wanted, this is paras 135 to 141, First Gas and Spatial Survey want to exclude from the definition pipeline earthworks. Is that for
So-
the exclusion of trenching? That's for the of piles, those network cables.
So I think there's two separate
Right.
submissions which I'm addressing in that paragraph. The first being from First Gas, which is seeking the definition to exclude construction, repair, upgrade, or maintenance of pipelines.
Right.
And then separately, Survey Spatial New Zealand seeking exclusion of trenching for the excavation of land to install those structures. But essentially, they were both seeking exclusion for their particular activities they wanted to undertake.
Right. So the earthworks related with the installation of the foundations, network cables, and household connections, doesn't that fall within the 250 square metre per house, per site, like in a residential area, for instance, anyway?
Well, I think certainly for, if I go back to First Gas, certainly that would be on the infrastructure chapter.
Right, yeah, okay, so if we start with them, so...
And then similarly, actually, through my supplementary planning evidence, I suggested some changes to the rule which managed customer connections,
Right.
which would therefore cover the matter from Survey Spatial as well.
Sorry, I want to separate them out. So if we start with First Gas.
Yep.
They want the construction, repair and upgrade and maintenance or maintenance of pipelines. They want to build a brand new pipeline and not have and it's a permitted activity.
I think that's what they're trying to achieve. As I say, that activity itself would be managed under the infrastructure chapter, which includes separate rules for earthworks.
Yeah.
But even on top of that, pipelines for the transmission of gas requires consent under the relevant rule in any case. What they're trying to seek through this submission point, I think, is a bit null and void. It's not
Or presumably they're trying to set up a permitted baseline
yes,
that they can run in a consent application process.
most likely, and I think it's stepping ahead a little bit to the infrastructure, the chapter. But in my analysis of the rest of their submission, I also noted that they're seeking a designation for the existing pipelines, and so my expectation would be that for new pipelines connected to that, it would likely be an alteration to a designation if that designation was to be confirmed. So the purpose of this submission point is a bit questionable.
Aren't they, they're trying to use, it seems to me, to use the definition as a method of acquiring permitted activity status. So isn't, the first point is, you're saying they fall within the definition required under the national planning standards, therefore you're in, right? You're in that definition. The second point is what the activity status should be, and that's something complete separate,
True. Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to, following that, if it's logical, then have you taken that on further in terms of developing those matters into whether the, let's forget first gas thing to start with, because I think that's going to be covered elsewhere, but in terms of just the household connection, is that covered as a permitted activity if you're within your 250 for developing a house site, because you're just putting in, I don't know, a natural gas connection, stormwater pipe, a wastewater pipe and a water supply pipe to a house? Are they covered by the overall one, or, as you said, if it doesn't apply in here, do they require consent? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Right. So I think the changes I've suggested through my supplementary would allow as a permitted activity, separate from actually the areas set out in the Earthworks chapter itself.
So the earthworks for the on a site, I'm particularly thinking if someone's develop it, develop it. They've done their bulk earthworks, whatever, but if someone's come into bulk earthworks done, and they've probably got a regional council consent for that. The next part is when a builder comes along to build a house, that they're permitted to construct the foundations and all that kind of thing. So
Yeah. So
you're saying that would be separate from, you've made an amendment to, so that the stormwater, wastewater, that kind of thing, the earthworks for that would be permitted.
Correct.
As well.
Yes.
And that, is that a duplication, or are you just making sure you've covered everything? What is it you've done?
I guess, ensuring that we've covered it in the infrastructure chapter.
The other thing is that if you had a rural residential site, that by the time if you had a 100-metre pipeline for to get into from the boundary to the building platform, you might get close to the.
But they wouldn't be connected to the reticulated system, surely.
Yeah, right.
As I said, the existing rule in the infrastructure chapter was specific to customer connection lines, so telecommunication and power. So my amendment proposed through the supplementary was to include that customer connections more broadly included the standards within the infrastructure chapter, earthworks, for depth and slope and that sort of thing. So I think in any case, what they're seeking through their submission is addressed, just not through this particular definition.
And do you think that you've addressed those both matters have been further addressed through your supplementary?
Possibly not, I guess, specifically in relation to that submission itself, but seeking, I believe.
But the outcome is,
yes,
okay. Right. Thank you.
In the absence of anything else on definitions, let's move to the chapter introduction. I had a query about the suggested historic heritage insertion. I think we discussed with Ms. Racklin these issues in the historic heritage hearing. I think that was stream 3. But in terms of the note, should it make clear, like I fastened on the sentence that says, should an archaeological site or waihi tapu be discovered, etc., 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 should that be linked back to the Heritage New Zealand Pūheri Taonga Act? Because that makes it sound like this is a district plan requirement, whereas my understanding is this is an advice note of that the effect of Heritage New Zealand's legislation that's operating in parallel. So that, cutting to the chase, what I wrote in my margin is an insert to go before the word should, saying this provides that. Now I'm assuming that is what is actually in the Heritage New Zealand Pūheri Taonga Act. I haven't checked that. But as I say, is the merit in making it clear this is a note of what's in that act, not what the district plan is doing?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's useful to clarify that it's not a process that would be determined or administered by the council, which, as you're pointing out, people undertaking activities may be led to that conclusion.
You were leaning forward expectantly, Commissioner. Did you have anything else?
No, you've covered my question on the history. Thank you.
Right. Objective 01. Anything from you, Commissioner Sinclair?
Just in terms of paragraph 189, which referring to policy 39 of the Pnrp, where are the, do you know where that appeal, those appeals in relation to that is at? Is that matter settled? How was it settled? I.e., is it just a mediated outcome, or is it something that court actually made a decision on?
I'm not entirely sure of where it's up to in the appeals process.
Then, kind of a general question, and this might be more to Mr. Racklin and Ms. Sweetman. In terms of the reference to the Pnrp, well, I'm assuming that we might have discussed this already. I'm assuming that's going to go out of existence relatively shortly, since it's been some time.
The first P will be deleted.
Yes. So does anyone have any idea of when that might be, or when it, how far they're through, so that you and ourselves can understand how it might affect this plan?
How soon would you like to know that, Commissioner? I can make inquiries and get a response back to you today.
I know that would be fine. I'm just, there's two matters. One, it's about how would we integrate it into the
Well, my
plan, and when
understanding,
would we be
Commissioner,
doing it?
is if there are any matters which are still under appeal, that those are very much limited to matters of water quality, as I understand it, or something to do with water.
Yep.
All the rest of the decisions through the courts are online now and resolved. So there's only this one outstanding matter. So in my mind, there's very limited implications for the panel to consider in terms of the Pnrp.
But there's also references in some cases, I think.
Oh,
within the
absolutely.
plan,
There's
and I'm just trying
references.
to understand
In
how-
my view, that's a matter that the panel could resolve through clause 16.
Okay.
If the Pnrp still has not been made operative by the time that the panel's making their recommendations or making your decisions. In the event that it hasn't been resolved, which I think unlikely, then obviously the council has clause 20 to rely on. I think it is just it's not a matter of substance at all. I think it's definitely a clause 16 or 20 matter.
Great.
But I will make inquiries and get back to you
Yep, no,
soonest
excellent.
in
Thank
terms
you.
of how they are progressing.
No, thank you.
In relation to the substance of Ms. Smith's submission, Mr. Smeaton, you've referred to objective 47 of the Pnrp, which says amount of sediment-laden runoff is minimised, and which is consistent with PDP objective. But my reading is that objective 31 says that Schedule A outstanding water bodies, which includes Taupo Swamp, which is the matter principally of interest to Ms. Smith, has to be protected. So is minimised enough? And in fact, it is minimised as it relates to the Taupo Swamp. In fact, inconsistent with the Pnrp.
Well, I think the minimises in objective 1 in the PDP, Earthworks objective 1. Is to minimise erosion and sediment effects beyond the site to protect receiving environments, including Te Awaroa Porirua Harbour.
Well, I think the thing that Ms. Smith has fastened on is the assists to, which I understand that your point that it doesn't achieve protection, but equally you can also read that assist to as saying, well, any improvement will assist, however minuscule.
Well, I also reflect back that discharges to freshwater would be controlled by the Pnrp, whereas the district plan is controlling erosion and sediment effects from leaving the site.
But if said erosion and sediment effects leaving the site ultimately end up in the harbour or in Taupo Swamp,
I think that would still be a matter that would need to be addressed by the regional council, while the provisions in the PDP, as expressed in the objective, can assist in achieving that. Our scope under the RMA and the differentiation of the responsibilities of the different councils needs to be considered as well.
does the RPS allocate these issues solely to the regional council?
In terms of water quality, I'd have to check back to.
Well,
Section 4.3.
which the Commissioner helpfully has open in front of him. Since we're going to have a coffee in 2 minutes, we should break there, perhaps. Okay. And give Mr. Smeaton a chance to have a look at the RPS over his coffee. So we will adjourn for 10 minutes. We'll aim to be restarted at 5 to 11. So resuming the hearing. The answer, Mr. Speakman, to life, the universe and everything?
Is of course 42.
You don't need to give us a trilogy.
Write anything, so you
Understood.
So I had a look at section 43 of the RPS as indicated by Commissioner St Clair, and that did not include any provisions relating to the allocation of responsibilities in relation to these matters. I think the main thing to go back to is the requirement of the district plan to not be inconsistent with the Pnrp, and which I think I have covered reasonably comprehensively in my report. So I think overall the objective in the PDP I do not consider as well no, is not inconsistent with the objectives and policies of the Pnrp, and gives effect to the RPS policies that are relevant.
So just related to that, do you happen to know whether, because minimised in that objective and assuming it made it, there was a definition as the outcome of a joint witness statement that made it into the Pnrp. Do you know if that's survived? Or not?
I'm not aware, sorry, of that, yeah. No,
No, okay, that's fine.
So going on to policies. Commissioner Sinclair. We'll start with policy one.
No, my next question is page 42.
In that case, I'll say, Mr. Spenton, you've discussed Ms. Smith's submission here, and you might point out Taupo Stream, Porirua Harbour are not outstanding water bodies, but Taupo Swamp is. Is there should there be some more specific, is there a case for qualification of the enabling provisions in this policy being subject to qualification as regards potential effects on Taupo Swamp?
I don't think so, and the reason for that is I go back again to the controls or the provisions included in the PDP relate to erosion and sediment leaving the site, and again the responsibilities of the regional council to regulate discharges to any water bodies, including the water bodies which they've identified as significant. So, in my mind, the PDP should be quite focused, as it is, on the silt and sediment control measures and the standard in there for it not leaving the site.
I suppose the counterpoint for that would be if, and of course we have submissions seeking some recognition that some sediment will leave the site. Like I'm thinking, the one I read most, probably the one I read last, was the Survey and Spatial submission that suggested there should be some softening of the existing provisions. So to your mind, is the effect of the policy to effectively preclude all but negligible amounts of sediment leaving the site? Which would be an answer, because if that is the question, you could equally say, as a result, there is no need to qualify it because there will be no effect if the policy is implemented as written.
Yeah, well, I do note the clause 4, the last word in there is minimised. So reading it as a whole with clause 4b, the potential effect of settlement sediment loss from the site is minimised, which gives effect to the objective quite clearly, but whether, I guess your question is whether there should be anything in there to recognise topal swamp more directly. Again, I fall back to that's a matter for the regional council, and while the PDP must not be inconsistent with the objectives and policies in the Pnrp, I still consider that the policy as written is not inconsistent with it. So I don't consider that anything more is required to be included in there to recognise topal.
The discussion in paragraph 219 about heavy traffic movements or making provision for saying you say that noise and vibration already addressed in the noise chapter, so that may have unintended consequences. It seemed to me that Clause E already talks about local amenity values as a result of traffic movements, and surely that would include noise and vibration. So don't you already have that kind of duplication?
To a degree, I guess it could be read as such. Where there's other amenity values that could be impacted through the number of truck movements or heavy traffic movements as a result of earthworks that don't relate to noise and vibration, that policy would also address. I don't know if there would be value in distinguishing that to a more sort of particular degree in that policy.
But I suppose the other way to put it is, are the local amenity values other than as a result of heavy traffic movements. Like, if for traffic, say, as a result of traffic movements, put the heavy traffic to one side, what local amenity effects are there associated with non-heavy traffic and earthworks?
Well, I guess that's I could look at it for temporary effects. Clause D addresses it to a degree with dust and vibration from the site, and then I guess there's the longer term permanent effects, which are addressed by the other clauses: alteration of natural landforms, visual amenity. So I guess it's quite a comprehensive policy in that regard. I think that answers.
Yep. How's it linked to the policy linked to the objective? Since what sort of matters does the objective in terms of seeking an outcome? Does the policy try to address? Does the objective wide enough to include other matters which might be outside of earthworks, such as noise, vibration, or is it more about does talk about the scale and development of the zone?
Yeah, and I think that's probably an important point, is that the objective clause 1, consistent with the anticipated scale and form of development for the zone, links with the zone objectives and policies, which set out the character and amenity values of the zones, and I'm sure each zone actually contains a policy which sets those out, the expected character and amenity values of those zones. And then clause 2 additionally relates to the visual amenity values.
Okay, let's roll on to P2. Anything on P2, Commissioner? No. P3? P5, so P4, rainwater tanks. P3, National Grid Yard. I had a question about this, Mr. Smeaton. This is focused on, obviously, earthworks within the National Grid Yard gas transmission pipeline corridor. Saying enable earthworks where they don't have a meaningful effect on those pieces of infrastructure. What about the potential for them to have effects other than on the infrastructure? So for instance, Transpower lines going over the top of an SNA, just as a hypothetical example.
So you're thinking that someone may read that policy as the only policy that would relate to earthworks within those identified areas?
Yes. And would be, I can think of legal submissions that would be pointing to that word enable every third line.
Yeah. I guess broadly, all of the provisions in the plan need to be read together. So you couldn't separate out one policy and hang your hat on that one policy, I suppose. And related to that, I do note in Rule R1, in the note, or what I have recommended be referred to as a note, I've recommended striking out Rule 3, which gives effect to that. Rule 3 gives effect to that policy, because that erroneously meant that the general earthworks rule and associated standards wouldn't have applied to earthworks within the gas transmission pipeline corridor. So in effect, that would have stood alone by itself. But noting that, I think, just going back to the fact that all the provisions need to be read together, and actually going back to the previous discussion about the earthworks provisions in the overlay chapters, historic heritage and SNAs and such, also need to, will also apply to any earthworks undertaken in where there's overlapping overlays.
I suppose so to be specific, is the value in making those relationships clearer? For instance, the term of art in this plan is only allow.
I personally don't think so. There is in the earthworks introduction, the last part of that, just before the note relating to the Archaeological Authority, the following chapters contain provisions for earthworks, and then it lists all of the other chapters that contain those provisions. So I think there's enough of a flag there for plan readers that these aren't the only provisions that could apply. And certainly if the site that they're looking to undertake earthworks on has a notable tree or historic heritage, any of those matters which are listed there, then they would be directed to also look in those chapters, which also contain policies which, for instance, as you've pointed out, the SNAs, the eco chapter, has policies specifically relating to earthworks. So you'd have to look at both of those.
Okay.
Isn't part of the reason why things are set out in these chapters as they are is because that's what you're required to do under the National Planning Standards?
Yes.
And therefore any linkage between, whatever discretion that might provide you with is one thing, but for the benefit of readers, having some kind of linkage or whatever, depending on how people intend to interrogate the plan, what applies on one site, you're relying on the hyperlinks between them.
Correct.
But if you're not relying on that, then it's just because that doesn't, when you look at it by property, but if you look at it in some other manner, about thinking about a chapter or that kind of thing, you actually have to have something in that chapter to tell you that those linkages are there.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that it's achieved by that that part of the introduction.
If I may just jump in here, Commissioners, and it's a matter that I addressed in my reply and also as part of hearing stream 1 in terms of how the plan works, is certainly in part 1 of the plan, under general approach, how the district plan works, we do set out the architecture of the plan and how it all has to be read together. I mean, we could repeat that in each single chapter to go back and please have a look at how the district plan works, or we could hopefully rely on people to have a look at that themselves.
Policy 5. The going on to the rules. First of all, the note for the rules. Kangora would like, which is more or less exactly what Mrs. Sweetman's just described. So don't just read these rules. Now, going to paragraph 248. I was awfully confused by the sentence that says case law is clear. First of all, can you tell me what case law?
Not specifically, unfortunately, no. More sort of a general understanding of what has been decided through case law.
Well, I wonder if you could write in your margin that's something for you to tell us about
Yes.
and reply, because I think Ms. Williams challenges that.
Okay.
And poses the same question I've posed. Second, got very confused about the number of negatives in the 2 lines further down. No one would not be adversely affected.
Sounds like
Can you
something I wrote.
explain in plain English what you're actually saying?
My apologies, Chair. My poor grammar. I think what I'm trying to say there is that there is potential that someone could be affected. I think the main point of that paragraph, though, is just on the separation of the decisions through the separate sections of the Act. Which, and I'm reflecting on the evidence of Ms. Williams in this as well, her reliance on the ability to impose conditions to address any adverse effects that may arise from a particular proposal, and therefore it being appropriate to preclude notification, which is trying to point out in this section the decision on whether notification is appropriate is under section 95, which the ability to impose conditions isn't considered through that.
In terms of your, table 4, it struck me that if you've said that exclusion of removal of trees, saying it's not necessary because they're already excluded, it struck me that assuming it's not a notable tree, it's not an SNA, but it could still be very large and make a colossal hole taking it out. Now, there may be a scope issue, but if you had a big Pnrp that had a 1 metre diameter stump, had roots to match, then is it appropriate that the earthworks associated with that would be excluded because they're gardening? And is that really gardening? If you need, basically, if you need a front end loader and dig a colossal hole about 3 or 4 metres deep.
Well, I guess my response to that is that, to my knowledge, gardening isn't defined in the national planning standards. Whether
terms you want are never defined in national guidance.
whether you could,
It's an article of faith.
whether it's appropriate or whether you could include an appropriate definition of gardening, I think would be quite difficult.
There'd also be a scope issue, but
Yes.
can I just invite you to ponder that? Because it just seemed odd to me that there was such. You're saying removal of any trees is gardening. Page 40, Mr. Smeaton. Your rationale about children's play equipment, earthworks with associated with the laying of a safety surface. And I was left pondering why the plan should provide a specific exclusion for council activities, but not for the same activity undertaken by a private individual on their land.
I think that's probably reflecting on the fact that council has its own processes and requirements for undertaking those activities within recreation areas, and relying on those to mitigate or minimise any potential effects of those activities. Whereas on private land, there obviously isn't that that assumption or that knowledge that will be undertaken.
Yeah. Accepting that you are a loyal member of the council, take that as a given. There are shades of the sledgehammer to that. Trust us, we know what we're doing. Now, cynics might suggest that in a large bureaucracy like the council, however, whatever plans and processes are in the place, things will happen at the margin that perhaps shouldn't be happening. And it's sort of one rule for them, one rule for us, another rule for everyone else. As the Prime Minister of Great Britain is finding, is it gets you into strife.
Yes, well, I can see how that could be perceptually a bit of, well, could be an issue.
I accept that it's probably unfair to be asking you that, because to an extent it's a rhetorical question. From my part, I just invite you to think about it.
For instance, a solution that might, should you be considering resurfacing to a particular area or something like that, in the same manner that the exposed surface area manner, that's the bit that's at risk from sediment and that kind of thing, but also might provide the unsightly visual amenity, truck movements, all those sort of things that you're trying to address here. Maybe that might be one way of looking at it, so that the effect is looked at rather than who the owner of the land is. But as the chair said, think about that and come back to us, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, well, I guess looking at the standard itself, which I'm referring to in that assessment, which is under Earthworks Standard 1 for open space and recreation zones. It says that the following are exempt from the maximum area standard, and then the second bullet point is earthworks associated with the laying of safety equipment, safety surface for children's play equipment. So it's not specifically saying that it is for council.
So there are bits of open space land, sports and active recreation zone that the council don't own?
I believe a lot of the Greater Wellington
Own
areas
it as well? Yep, sorry. I mean, somebody that's not a local authority.
I presume not. So I do take your point, and yeah, I can have a ponder about that. I do wonder, though, whether there is scope within submissions to amend that.
Yes, well,
So, yeah,
we'll take that as a given.
yes.
But since Kaingaroa is seeking an exclusion and you're saying it's not necessary, I think that submission would give jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But I was going go on to S2, your recommended rewording for test pits. The third to the last line on page 43, reinstated upon completion. What does upon mean in that context?
At the point of.
Yes. But clearly it's not going to be at the point of completion. There will be some delay.
It won't, because it won't be complete. I think the chair's saying that it won't be completed until such time as the reinstatement's been undertaken as well. So I think he wants to chair wishes to separate between the two, and that it would be at completion of the
Or within X days of completion
completion of the.
is what I was thinking. Like, I don't care what X is, but within reason. If you were to say 5 years, I might have a problem with that. But
I might, I guess, just thinking about that, these test pits are quite limited in extent. So, in that sentence, I've said upon completion of the sampling and investigative works, which in my mind was saying once you've taken the samples, once you're finished doing that, then you have to put it back and put it back as it was.
like, as soon as practical would work better.
Mr. Smeaton, I've got a question in relation to just back at page 42, at the bottom, the second bullet point, just in relation to earthworks, construction, alteration, decommissioning of bores, including that. Can you either tell us or check how does that align with the Pnrp? Because I
It aligns
know that there's something in there around that, and I just
Yep, it aligns very well because that's actually the wording that I took from
right.
the Pnrp.
and that's from the appeals version or wherever it's got to.
Yes,
Yep.
and that also referred to the that New Zealand standard.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
So looking at S1, standard 1. Discretion. I have a question about discretion 6, your reasoning. Sorry, got it. Is it clear in my mind? Sorry. Matter of discretion. So. Oh yes, something if you look at when you've got an idle moment, Mr. Smeaton, I've just noticed that S1 matters of discretion starts at number 8.
Yes, I apologise for that. That's a formatting issue when copying, which Word very helpfully tries to
Sure. Yeah.
list everything from up previous lists.
Yes, we know. That's an email of complaint to Mr. Gates. Not paid yet.
Yeah.
You're addressing, so this is the first one about staging in the table of zones starting local centre zone. At paragraph 266, that you're responding to the difference to, I think it's Kangora saying they're the same thing, and they say, well, they're not necessarily. I wondered if it would make more sense because it is a reasonably subtle difference. If it was if it was the total area of exposed air, including staging, because otherwise, so that's just something for you to think about.
Yeah.
All right, over to you, Commissioner. The next thing I had was 267. Did a double take, saying visual amenity effects may also relate to matters such as views. I was always taught that the RMA does not protect views. Like visual outlook, yes. People looking over a building site for extended periods, but views. And so therefore, that prompted me to ask myself whether there in fact needs to be some qualification of the extent of to which visual amenity values and character your Kawangora seeking it to be deleted. Yes, I can understand why you don't want to do that, but query whether it's expressed too broadly.
Yes, I take your point. Sorry, that was a potentially poor choice of words in paragraph 267. In relation to the actual wording of the matter of discretion itself, it's whether it could be constrained more specifically to.
Well, yes, and there's then the issue about, well, if you're going to do that, how you would do that. And
Yes.
If that defies easy amendment, then maybe more trouble than it's worth. The next question about your reasoning is in relation to 268, talking about stability. I can understand that matters of discretion should include the stability of adjacent sites, but isn't the stability of the building site the subject of development problem for the landowner?
You're talking about the site itself?
Yes.
Yes, to a degree, but where the potential for the site itself to be unstable, that could also lead to effects on adjacent sites.
Yeah, well, as I say, I completely understand why there should be control over potential effects on the stability of adjacent sites, but should the matter of discretion extend to stability issues that are entirely internal to the site?
May have to consider that a bit further and come back to you on that one.
The next question I had was related to 270. And no, I'm not going to carry on for another 1,000 paragraphs, paragraph by paragraph. Really, the question is that the submitter seeks an enlargement of the area, as a quote, to simplify the plan. My question is, well, why are they different? What is the rationale for the open space and recreation zone to have an extra 100 square metres compared to these industrial and commercial zones?
As I understand it, the extent of earthworks and these standards were set at a level that provided for a normal or an acceptable amount of development on those sites, taking into account the likely size of those sites. So for residential, likely to be much smaller sites and therefore a smaller area of earthworks. In relation to the particular difference between those commercial zones and the open space and recreation zones, I'm not entirely sure where the 500, I think potentially it relates back to the operative district plan, but I would have to double check that before I made a statement on
Don't
it.
reach.
Yeah.
Can you just add that for things for you to think further about? Because calling a spade, I think I want to be satisfied this is not an example of one rule for us and a more restrictive rule for everyone else. Like if there is a sound basis for it, I'd like to know what that is. And equally, I'm not suggesting that the Kaingora can tell us why it needs to be more than 400 square metres. What I want to know is whether they should be the same, and whether it's 400 or whether it's 500. I'm open to either, but depending on the evidence. But I want to know why they're different.
Yes. I can double check the Section 32 report.
Thank you. So we'll just leave it with you.
Yeah.
Anything else on the standards, Commissioner?
Not from me.
The lift, absolutely positively, the last question is the one I was addressing before. Here at 302, you say that if the standards are complied with, silt and sediment will effectively be retained on site. What does effectively mean in that context? Because there are two potential interpretations. One is
Mostly, or
mostly, or it will actually happen. So which do you mean?
yes, I mean the latter. I actually conferred with my colleagues in the monitoring and enforcement part of the resource consents team on these, and their advice to me was that where the appendix is followed, and the other permitted activity standards are met as well, then yes, it is quite achievable to retain the silt and sediment on site. As I also note in here, that they do work as a package, and then the effectiveness as to what I'm referring to in that wording is that it will achieve the outcome that is sought, which is to retain it on site.
That was all I had on Earthworks. Any more, Commissioner? Last chance, Commissioner Pnrp. I think that's it. So what's next, Mr. Speaker?
Moving on.
Before.
Oh, yes, we have your witness. Which we don't actually have your witness, but should we have your witness?
Well, I had said that it would be 3:30 when they were scheduled.
Okay, right, that's fine. Hold that thought.
Yep.
I do also have a question on that, actually, now that you've raised it. Through my supplementary, I agreed with Kāinga Ora's evidence provided that the 2.5 metre cut fill was appropriate where it's retained by a structure that's approved under the building consent. So,
And you were relying on Mr. Andreas'
yes,
evidence for that?
for that. So whether you
Confirm that. I think that while in a perfect world, applying the rules of evidence, we would want to hear from the technical witness saying that if you are telling us that you have conferred with him, he agrees, then for my part, that's good enough for me.
He's provided me some written, so I could provide that if wanted or desired. But
As I say, if your evidence to us is you've conferred with him, he's given you advice, say that's okay, then that's good enough for us.
Very good. Thank you for that.
And we don't need to go around that particular circle. I only have a couple of very minor questions for him.
So,
Okay.
So I think that it might be 3:30, but he'll be gone by 20 to 4. Okay, so what next?
Well, I'm wondering if you want to move to light, as that should be a
Yes, see the light.
A
lighter
light topic.
topic.
A lighter topic.
Before you do move to that, sir, I can respond to a couple of questions relating
Please.
to the Pnrp. So there has been a definition of minimise settled through consent order, which was granted on the 4th of June 2021. And that definition is reduce to the smallest amount reasonably practicable. Minimising and minimisation have the corresponding meaning. So that's one question, sir. On the other part, in terms of what's the current status of the Pnrp, I can advise that it's all been resolved and the council is just waiting for the court to issue the last 4 consent orders.
4 consent orders left.
4 consent orders. So waiting for the court, and the council will resolve to make it operative as soon as they can
But
thereafter.
there is nothing to be litigated.
There is nothing under litigation.
so
Of course, the court could choose not to
yes,
agree to the consent orders.
but at the moment, the court has agreed to quite a few of them.
Yes.
And it's the potential that they would agree to all of them, and so the court didn't have
What
to
are
make
the
a
ones?
determination on anything.
Does your research extend to telling us what the subject matter of the
But
last
it is
4
around water matters.
around water quality?
Yep. Or water take. I can clarify that further if you
I
wish.
think it's
Like-
quality quantities, separate chapter
Yeah.
from memory.
Like, let's do it on an exception basis. If you find something other than that, come back to us,
Yeah.
but otherwise we'll assume that's it.
Yes, sir. And we will obviously update you as soon as we're made aware that those consent orders have been issued by the court.
Thank you.
All right, light, and there was light.
Right. So I'll just go through my notes just for completeness. But so 11 original submissions and 2 further submissions were received on the light chapter. I identified the key issues in contention in my section 42 report as a complete replacement of the whole chapter, including the objective and policy for reverse sensitivity from existing light sources, amendments to light provisions to address the effects on the transport network, and standards relating to light glow effects. My analysis resulted in recommendations to amendment to the introduction and an associated new definition for street lighting, deletion of light O2 and P3, amendment to light O1 to recognise the transport network, amendments to light S2, S4 and S5 to better align with the standards in the final version of 4282, and amendments to matters of discretion for light S5 and S6. I note that the only evidence provided, to my knowledge, by submitters was from Wakakatahi, who agreed with the recommendations in the report. Open to questions, if you.
I have a question to you arising out of Kaingarora's submission. Not so much, it's an issue of principle, because as you've said, they seeks the whole thing be reviewed and amended, consistent with its overall submission for a range of reasons. Now, I'm not actually troubled by that, because as far as I recall, you don't rely on that. But there is a parallel Kaingaroa submission on the transport section you have relied on as providing scope for a number of amendments, and it said something like transport chapter needs a complete review, and Ms. Fraser has undertaken a complete review and has come up with a number of suggestions that you have adopted in reliance on that general submission. When Kaingaroa appeared in stage 1 or stream 1, I asked its counsel, Mr. Wellington, what we were to make of the general submissions at the front end of Kaingaroa's relief, or front end of its submission, and he said they were only to provide context, and that the meat of this and the relief sought was as itemised in the second half of the submission, namely the specific relief. I think Mr. Whittington correctly identified the follow-up question, which is, if you treat them such generally framed submissions as a submission, is it in fact valid? Is it intra vires? Given that no one could possibly understand what the implications are if that submission were granted. Now, I recognise that in the transport section it's been very convenient because you have, because Ms. Fraser has come up with a number of provisions that in your view improve the chapter, but as I say, I want to throw the big curveball at you, which is, are they valid submissions? Do they in fact provide scope to do anything. And if you want to think about that, then I'm, rather than give me an immediate answer, that I'm very open to you returning it to it in reply, but I should make it clear that I'm seriously concerned about the issue, and so I want, as I say, not so much in the light chapter, but because the same issue arises, particularly in the transport chapter. But and I should also tell you, I'm going to ask Kaingora the same question.
Yes.
Despite their whether they're witnesses or that, what you've come up with, they may well agree with or has particularly addressed points that they did raise as specifics.
I guess my initial response and my initial thoughts on that question are that, from memory, the Kainga Ora submission, the general submission on the light chapter, wasn't backed up by more substantive submissions, and therefore the actual outcome that they were trying to seek from that submission is opaque. Whereas in the transport chapter, it was a bit clearer because they had a bit more reasoning for that general submission, which from memory related to providing more for residential intensification in line with what's required through the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So, and then in addition to that, they had quite substantive comments on the individual provisions themselves within that chapter. So to my mind, there is a differentiation between the two, whereas I take your point that I did rely on the general submission point to make further amendments to that chapter, or to recommend, I should say, further amendments to that chapter to improve it based on Ms. Fraser's evidence. But the general scheme or general thrust of those amendments was to actually provide more for residential intensification, recognising the requirements of the NPSUD. So, to my mind, there is a difference, but I would like to go back and perhaps provide a more robust response to that question in the future.
As I say, happy for you to do so. That and I suppose the test would be, if that's your reasoning, do all of the amendments Ms. Fraser suggested in fact provide for intensification? Like, I'm not saying they don't improve the chapter, but if that's the rationale, do all of the amendments and are all of the amendments you've recommended consistent with that rationale? So, with that extended diversion from matters of light, so question for Murray. Would you like to? Do you have anything on?
Thank you.
On light?
Thank you for that. Again, once again, my questions are really directed towards the submitters and the expert evidence that's been provided by them in relation to that chapter. So I don't think there is anything that I require further clarification from you on at this stage. Thank you very much for your report.
Commissioner Sinclair?
My first question was is on the definition, I'm looking at para 70 of your report. The consequential amendment, the following are all exempt from rules, standards in this chapter. Just helipad and helicopter lighting, is it helipad and helicopter lighting? I.e. the lights on the helicopter, isn't that covered by the CAA or something? The helipad on the ground, are you talking about the lighting relating to that? There's probably not a submission to fix this, it's just that I was just looking at that, and which does it, should there be a comma after the word helicopter? Is that how I'm supposed to be reading it? If they're the bits that are exempt.
Yeah, I think that was only included in that for context, but it's a good question, and yeah, whether helicopter lighting would be addressed from other regulations. Quite possibly, I'm not sure on that matter.
I take it you're talking about it's supposed to be talking about the warning lights that flash on helicopters and aeroplanes and that sort of thing, and I'm fairly sure that's it. Whereas the helipad might have, like an airport might have lighting on it to direct
Yes, yeah.
aircraft how to, where to land.
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure on that one. So
Right. But
if you'd like it,
no, there's no submissions.
I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
So
I don't think we should spend any more time on it then.
In terms of your reasoning about section 3.2.2, talking about light being measured on adjacent sites, I was thinking that if you go as far as the noise chapter, it's always premised on received noise measured on adjacent sites. So that would seem to be another clear justification for not excluding it on that ground. That's something to keep in the locker. Paragraph 69, we recommended use the term street lighting and define it as meaning excluding illuminated signs. So is the intention that illuminated safety signs be subject to the light standards?
yes, and I think Mr. Racklin could provide some additional discussion on this point, because the signs, including I forget what the term is, sorry, but the official signs, I think they're called, are included within the signs chapter themselves, which includes specific lighting provisions for those signs.
So they have their own lighting standards.
I believe official signs, Mr. Racklin could correct me on this if I'm wrong, do not need to comply with those the standards contained in the signs chapter. But yeah, if Racklin, I could clarify that.
If it helps, so as we'll probably discuss later about the signs. They're subject to their own lighting standards within that chapter. There's a cross-reference to one of the light standards, which I believe off the top of my head is S2, to do with spill light, and that's the subject of evidence from Mr. Wright as well.
In relation to the Whakakatahi submission seeking general use of the word transport network, and which also, so you deal with in the context of the objective and the policy. How does light, like I can understand potential effects on road traffic, how does light affect any other users of the transport network? So I'm thinking somebody driving a train, they're not going to go off the line because they're distracted by a light, because they've got nowhere else to go. And I think cyclists, really?
I was thinking on that point when I was obviously considering this, and the matters I was thinking about were off-road cycle paths. Could be an area which could be affected. The rail network does rely on some lighting. There may be effects on there, but as you say, probably not to the extent of road traffic. But I did think there was potential for other parts of the transport network to be affected by lighting. So I thought it was more prudent to have a more encompassing term in there than just relating to the road.
Like I suppose the concern I have is that while at one stage there's potential, you look at the other thing, a consent application, that somebody has to rule out potential effects on every aspect of the transport network when perhaps there is no realistic prospect of it ever being an issue. So that in a Section 32 sense, you're creating costs for no benefit. I'm going to ask the same question for Whakakatahi and see what their answer is, but
I guess I relate it back to I guess my own experience cycling, using off-road cycle paths, where there is potential for being blinded if lighting was directed in the wrong way, which may affect other users of that path. So I think there is a benefit, and whether there's any cost to any applicant in considering those effects, I don't think that would be significant.
is off-road cycling part of the transport network?
By off-road, I mean a cycle path that isn't included within the road reserve, in which case it is.
You don't mean like a mountain bike park?
No. I mean a defined, a shared path.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah.
And the last question I have, and this comes back to a question I was bouncing around, I think, with Mr. McDonnell in Stream 1, might have been Mr. Racklin actually, where the minimise meant as far as possible or as far as practicable. I think Ms. Sweetman has told us that how defined is as far as practical in the Pnrp, you've said, so that's an open question about whether we move that definition in stream 1, so it could be one or the other. But if it is, as you've suggested in paragraph 89, as far as possible, so looking at P2, so minimise means reduce to as far as possible the adverse effects. What do points 1 through 7 actually add?
Well, I think that those matters, with the wording of the main part of the policy there, having a regard to and listing those matters, I think provides more direction for.
But like I'm trying to think, for instance, what do effects on other established uses in their operation have to do with what is possible? Now, if it was practicable, I can understand that, especially if it's reasonably practical, because these are all things that go to reasonableness. But if it's possible, how could it feed into the inquiry?
Yes, well, I think that's a good point. I think I'll have to confer with my colleagues on the definition of minimise, if that's to be included.
That's all I had. Anything, Commissioner Pnrp?
Just one question, sorry. Just one question for you, Mr. Smeaton, that I probably should have put to you earlier. In relation to the sky glow issue, and the point raised by Matthew Reading, and the evidence provided by Mr. Wright in relation to the proposal, excuse me, that he suggested there to reduce the permitted levels close to 0%. In the event that the council are supportive of taking that position, are you aware of what the council's position is on that, and whether there is any precedent for going that far with the permitted activities levels for sky glow?
I'm not aware that there's any stated position of the council
Okay.
in relation to that. I guess we have to also take into consideration the context of Porirua being a city.
Yes.
I know there's been some quite strong provisions proposed over in the Wairarapa,
Yes.
which in that context where there's existing quite unpolluted views of the night sky is worthwhile protecting, whereas here we've already got a quite well-established urban environment, which I think the provisions which we've recommended in the chapter through my Section 40A report are still quite strong, and certainly much stronger than the operative district plan. So I think it's provided a reasonable, balanced approach to that matter.
So in the absence of a position that you're aware of from the council to support a stronger, more strongly restrictive approach to managing SkyGo effects, similar to the weighted upper, your recommendation is to include those limits that you've provided in your recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions of clarification?
I see it's now 20 past or 22 past 12 and we're breaking it up past. It might be a challenge, but since Mr. Wright is listening in the background, do you want to pull him in at the moment to address his light evidence?
I think it's probably worthwhile now, while we're in the swing of things.
Well, we're hot to trot. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. Welcome to this happy gathering. We have your evidence and we've all read it. Is there anything you want to say in introduction before we ask you a few questions? Well, this is just about light. We'll deal with signs a little bit later.
Yeah, no, just the fact that I, have been involved since 2018 and was the author of the draft chapter you were considering.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Pnrp, any questions for Mr. Wright?
No, look, Mr. Wright, thank you very much for your evidence. It's been very helpful. Oh, my apologies, the microphone wasn't on. I was just wanting to thank you for your evidence and the clarity that you've brought to bear on the issues that have been already very clearly and appropriately dealt with in the Section 42A report. So I don't really have any further questions of clarification for you. Thank you.
Well, in that case, can I ask you a follow-up of the question that Commissioner Pnrp had for Mr. Smeaton, Mr. Wright, and that's about Mr. Redding's submission for a nil upward lighting. And I wanted to ask the very general question that arises out of Mr. Smeaton's response, which to my mind is it realistic to target dark sky reserve type outcomes over the top of an urban area?
In this regard, what we're proposing there are limits that are recommended in the latest Australia-New Zealand standard on obtrusive lighting effects. And the change that we've actually, the lower level we're recommending is actually just an alignment, in that when the original district plan chapter was put together, we were referring to an early draft of that standard. And with that standard having been ratified in 2019, in doing that, the international or Australian New Zealand lighting experts that contributed to that standard made the decision to lower the level. And so we are just adapting the levels that they've recommended.
Like I understand that, but Mr. Redding's submission is clearly aiming to push that quite a lot harder, and he has a vision in his mind of how Porirua might be in the future which is, well, I've characterised it as a dark sky reserve outcome, and that may be unjust, but do you think that it's how is it realistic to go much further than it is already presented in the PDP?
I think because of the lighting has changed, and now with the introduction of LED lighting and technology, we're getting a lot more control of what light is actually doing. So the days when you had a light fitting and it wasn't able to control the beam that well, it's difficult, but most luminaires you would purchase today have a very defined beam, and so meeting those objectives I don't see as onerous, and it would really just be a factor of picking a sensible lighting solution.
And in terms of, you've talked about paragraph 60 of your evidence, it's a very restrictive measure with no light projection permitted. To implement, it would require some steps that you've identified. Is there a cost difference?
Yes, there is.
And what order? Can you give me a sense of what it is?
Or it's more just a selection of difference. So instead of you, say, picking your typical external floodlight, which was a spotlight that was adjustable, you would be selecting probably a fitting that had a fixed beam, and so you would probably need multiple fittings depending on what you were trying to light, as opposed to just having your typical spotlight, twin spotlight that you can just throw a long way.
And that's where the cost difference lies. It's not so much that you're replacing one adjustable floodlight with one fixed beam. It's that you might need multiple fixed beams to achieve the desired objective.
Just a bit of an explanation of the measure that we have in there, which is this 1% ratio. So what that is you have the total output of a light fitting, and 1% of that is permitted to be projected above the horizontal. Whereas in the case of what was requested, it would be a 0% upward ratio.
And just the just a point of clarification, in paragraph 24, I just wanted to check, you've said, first sentence says what Wakatahi considers, and then you say within the standard lighting levels are dependent on the underlying environmental zone and are not able to be broadly applied as presented in this section. Is that Wakatahi's opinion or your opinion? It's not clear to me which.
That was their opinion, from as I recall it, yes.
Commissioner Sinclair's.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I've got a similar question. Paragraph 38 of your evidence. just at the start of it, it says, does not support the approach to identify. Sorry, is that, I'm trying to understand, is that you don't support that, or is it that the Waka Kotahi submission and what they're trying to look at? Page 8, down the bottom.
Yeah, just going back to their actual comment. No, that's Waka Kotahi's comments there.
So it does not. Okay, thank you. And then I've got a question for Mr. Smeaton because it relates to scope, and this is in paragraph 33 of Mr. Wright's evidence. It's just got this extra bit here where S2 3B should be changed from 4 to 5 lux as it aligns with the final version of the standard. And I just wanted to check that there was scope within the submissions to do that.
Notice from the footnote in the Appendix A version
Appendix A
of my Section 42A report.
Yep.
Notes that that's based on the Kāinga Ora submission 819939. So I guess that goes back to the discussion previously around the scope of those submission points, which may not be submission points.
Not the answer I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Returning to Mr. Wright, accepting that that's a planning issue for Mr. Smeaton, is a shift of lux difference from 4 to 5, which is obviously a 25% increase, is that material in effect or cost terms? Is that or is that an insignificant difference?
It's an insignificant difference. They're very low levels. Typically, to put it in context, typically you would expect a 10 lux level is sort of deemed to be acceptable on the windows of your home during pre-curfew times. So it's half of that level.
Well, that might solve Mr. Smeaton's problem for him. Any other questions? No. So thank you very much, Mr. Wright. We'll talk to you again about signs when we get to that point, but appreciate your input on light issues.
Thank you.
On that note, we'll adjourn for a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30. get back underway, thank you. Mr. Smeaton, what's next?
Thank you, Chair. I think if we move to Three Waters, would that be acceptable?
Absolutely.
Right, approximately 71 submission points were received on the Three Waters chapter, with 56 further submission points received. I identified the key issues in contention in the chapter in my section 42A report as being reference to external technical standards, whether the plan is an appropriate method for requiring installation of a water meter, incorporation of wider hydrological considerations, the correct annual exceedance probability events for assessing hydraulic neutrality, the wording of definitions for hydraulic neutrality device and impervious surface, incorporating flexibility into the methods to achieve hydraulic neutrality, and various amendments sought to the individual objectives, policies, rules and standards. My analysis resulted in recommendations to amend and simplify Objective 1, Policy 2 and Policy 3, amend the rule headings of Rule 1, Rule 3, Rule 4 and Rule 5 to clarify the land use being controlled by the rules, amend Rule 1, Rule 4 and Rule 5 to incorporate the notes relating to alternative methods of achieving the intended outcome into the rule wording itself, amending Rule 2, 1 to include the special purpose zone drains, amend Rule 4 and Rule 5 to clarify that the rule does not require every building to be connected to the reticulated networks, amend Rule 1 and Standard 1 to rely on the acceptable solutions in Wellington Water's technical standards, include a threshold for increases in impervious surfaces in Standard 2, and amendments to and inclusion of new definitions. So there's quite a few recommended changes to the chapter through my section 42A report. I'll hand it over to questions.
Oh, okay, we'll start with, I think we'll do it the same way that we did the previous one. Start at section 3. Any general questions, Commissioner Sinclair?
No.
Right.
3.2.
3.2.
Kia ora, Mr. Smeaton. In relation to 3.2, paragraph 43, and continues on over the page to 49 in particular, regarding the concerns raised by Ngāti Toa in respect of the effects on the mauri of waterways and the Porirua within the Porirua catchment. I just have a couple of questions for you in relation to that. You've acknowledged at paragraph 49 that the effects on the mauri of waters should be recognised, and you've amended or recommended amendments to the introduction to the chapter to that effect. I'm just wondering, in your view, does that go far enough in terms of recognising the importance of those effects on waterways, on water, and the request of Ngāti Toa to address those effects?
In my opinion, it does. I guess the difficulty is, I guess, going back to a previous discussion around the responsibilities of the various councils and how far the plan can go.
Yes.
In actually achieving or providing for achievement of outcomes that are sought. This chapter is quite focused on the Three Waters network, and in particular the volume of water leaving sites. as you've already pointed out, I acknowledge the views expressed in that submission by Ngāti Toa, but I didn't see anything else within this chapter that was appropriate to amend to actually reflect those views or give effect to them. And I did go through the submission in some detail, I think, to try and sort of tease that out a bit. But I think the amendment I have proposed, while it's only to the introduction, at least I think does recognise that the validity of the waters, while I guess sort of staying within the scope that we have for the chapter.
I understand your response, and I do empathise with the extent to which the council can address those concerns. But bearing that in mind, and I know you have had a close look at this, do you think that there is scope to go further in the context of this chapter to address those effects through amendments to the provisions, for example, and recognising the need to be, recognising the imperative provided through the strategic objectives under the tangata whenua heading. You know, in that context, do you think there's room within the constraints of council's jurisdiction to go further in addressing the concerns around Māori?
I think that might depend a bit on to what extent Ngāti Toa actually seek changes to the chapter, where while they put in some detail into the submission in terms of the higher level objectives that they would want to achieve, there weren't any specific amendments to the chapter outlined. And I note, I think Ngāti Toa were to provide some further clarification on that at some point, but or at least in their verbal submission, which they're going to present later on, might elaborate on that somewhat. But failing having anything, I guess, sort of concrete to analyse, it's somewhat difficult to say that. And again, it's a little bit hard within the constraints of the RMA as well, and the responsibilities that we have to probably go as far as they might wish.
Okay, well, thank you for your response. I mean, on that note, I note that I'm not sure you've responded to the issue around wastewater, the effects on public health, the environment and cultural values from the treatment and disposal of wastewater. The concerns that Ngāti Toa raised around that particular point. What was your response to that?
Well, not wanting to sort of reiterate it if I've already said it in my report, but the disposal of wastewater, either to land or to water, is something that is regulated by the regional council, and they have specific rules and objectives and policies for that. So I don't think that we should be duplicating anything in this chapter. And then in addition to that, I do note that this chapter does require, in most circumstances, the connection to the reticulated wastewater network, which in itself has resource consents attached to it, which sit under that the regional council responsibility to. So, yeah, that's, I guess, kind of my response is that it's addressed in a separate plan.
Yeah. No, thanks for clarifying that. I had assumed that you hadn't specifically addressed it because it was beyond the scope largely of council's jurisdiction. So I'll take that one no further other than to perhaps suggest that it might have been helpful for Ngāti Tō in terms of, reading through the way in which the council's responded to their concerns to just have that point clarified, because it appears that that is a major concern for them.
Right. Well, I apologise if it's not in here. It was certainly my intention to cover it off, but maybe it wasn't as clear as it could have been.
Mr. Smeaton, following up on the Commissioner's questions, in terms of the sentence you have recommended be inserted, would it be helpful to say, to carry on and say continues to be compromised by what?
Yes, it could be. I know. I'd largely taken that wording from the submission itself, and I guess I could assume the matters which they may be particularly concerned about.
But I intended to ask the representatives of the iwi what the answer to that question was. I'm not expecting you to know that, but do you agree in principle it would be desirable, if we're going to insert that kind of statement, to target it more clearly as to what it is, effectively what it is you're on about? Because at the moment, saying in a vacuum that's compromised.
I agree. Yeah, it would be better to I guess to finish that sentence and include some more detail around what is compromising the waterways.
Commissioner Sinclair, any general questions?
I'm on to 3.3.
Okay, any advance on 3.3? All right, Commissioner, you have the floor.
This section 3.3 is about this reference to external documents, and Kangarora's put this one in particularly in relation to external standards to meet activity status. Is it the plan's general approach that in relation to permitted activities, reference to external standards is something that's followed? Maybe noise or something like that?
Not generally. I know I guess we've just looked at the light chapter, which Mr. Wright had recommended from even earlier iterations, standards in there to reflect the relevant New Zealand standards. And that's reflected in other parts of the plan as well. So the transport chapter has standards within it, mostly. But in this particular instance, the standard is not a national standard, it's a regional standard, and yeah, it's a. I'm not sure if the commissioners have read it or looked at it particularly much, but it's extremely comprehensive and would be extremely difficult to replicate or to even include the most relevant areas within the plan itself. So. Reference to that standard is.
I suppose I'm looking first is to see whether does the plan reference outside documents, So looking at that first, then the second part is about whether it refers to Australian, New Zealand standards or what other standards are separate. But firstly, for permitted activity status, is it?
Certainly there are other standards within the plan that do refer to external documents, which relate to permitted activity status rules.
Yep.
So it's not that no other permitted activity standards refer to external documents.
Just for the fullness of time, in your reply, can you identify what they are?
Yep.
You don't go searching for them this minute. Thank you. Water metering. Mr. Gibson for Survey and Spatial makes the point that if there's no policy to meter water, there's no value to set aside the cost of the incremental cost. What's your response?
I believe in the Section 32 document, it estimated the additional cost of the water meter to about $150, which, in my view, in even very small developments of a site, would be insignificant as a maximum, and nothing to negligible in most instances. So I think the benefit, not just to any future processes, but also just to the landowner occupier themselves, of having that future-proofed, outweigh that cost.
Is it any more costly to retrofit a meter than to install it at the outset?
I would presume so. I'm not an expert in that matter. The Section 32 document, I think, says that it would be.
I suppose the question then is, what was the basis on which that statement was made? And if you can't tell us, just note it down as something for you to investigate further. Hydrological neutrality? I have a question, Mr. Smeaton. It seemed to me that that there is a difference, but as you say, reasonably subtle, between hydrological and hydraulic neutrality. But having staked out a position where you're going to manage hydraulic neutrality, what's the basis for saying that hydrological neutrality is a bridge too far?
In my mind, the reasons for hydraulic neutrality were on downstream flooding effects, which is quite obviously within the responsibilities of the district council, and on the capacity of any stormwater networks to incorporate those changes in hydraulic discharges. Whereas the way that the submission explained it, and I understood it, was that hydrological neutrality would broaden that quite significantly to include the changes in the water bodies themselves, and not just more water, but just changes in general as to the
Could be
volume.
less water.
Could be less water. Which, following on from that, as I pointed out in my report, is something that sits quite firmly within the responsibilities of the regional council.
While changes in hydrology are, as you say, are a regional council responsibility, I think that the issues that the submitter is getting at is things like changes to levels of hard surface affecting hydrological inputs, or changing the hydrological pattern of the catchments. The thing that occurs to me is that those sort of changes don't involve discharges. So is this a case of, if not the city council, then who? Is there, like, or put another way, is this an effect without a manager? If the view is that this isn't an issue for the PDP.
I'm trying to find exactly where I noted it in my report. Yes, so the last sentence of paragraph 86, I note Rule 52A of the proposed Natural Resources Plan does actually manage stormwater from certain new urban subdivision or development, and I think, as I referred to previously, that was the 3,000 square metre limit. I would want to probably check that before I so that I was certain about it, but so I think it is managed, and from memory that did include downstream effects on hydrology. In fact, and actually just earlier in that paragraph, I note that policy P79 of the Pnrp addresses managing land use impacts on stormwater, including by, in quotes, retaining as far as practicable pre-development hydrological conditions.
I suppose the other thing that that's lurking in my mind in response to the submission is how, in practice, if you were to put your thinking cap on and say, right, my job is to come up with some rules or standards that would preserve hydrological neutrality, how would you actually do that?
I think that would exceed my talents as a planner, potentially. I think that you would end up potentially just acting as a regional council in managing water volumes in water bodies. You may be able to do it on a catchment by catchment basis and then work down from that, but it would be
You think that that might be why the regional council has such a large, trigger, that once you get to micromanaging, it all gets too hard?
Maybe. I guess I would also note that there is a process being undertaken by the regional council through the Whaitua process, which looks at catchments.
So that's, yes, you're right. So that's the regional framework is still a work in progress.
I believe so, yeah. I'm not quite certain on where that is up to currently, but I could check that.
All right. Next, anything else on hydrological neutrality? Team? Next, AEP for hydraulic neutrality measurement. My question is, in a Section 32 sense, what implications in terms of costs and benefits does a 1 in 10 have versus 1 in 100 for a trigger?
I think that may be dependent on the site. Certainly on the hydrology of the area and the rainfall events that it experiences. In some cases, it may not be much more. In other cases, it may be significantly more. In terms of volume, between a 10 and a 100-year event.
Because the one thing we know for certain is that a 1 in 100-year event is a lot less likely than 1 in 10 by definition. 10 times less likely at the margin. But if it's 1 in 11, that's only slightly less likely. But is the cost proportional? What's the additional cost? Like I suppose that comes back to your previous answer. If the volume's not much, it's not much extra cost, and the volume's a lot, then there's a lot of extra cost.
Correct.
Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud rather than asking a question now.
I guess I'd also note that 1 in 100 year is, from what I have looked at in other plans, is pretty consistent.
Well, that's certainly the flood standard, the basis. 1 in 100 taking account of climate change is very, very standard flood measure, flood protection measure.
Yes.
Okay. Going on to water positivity. Seems an interesting concept. The last sentence of paragraph 107 obviously sort of leaves it hanging that it could be anticipated that a regional plan includes requirements for water positivity. Yes, but does it?
I don't believe so.
Should?
I think it, well, if I read the rest of it. I think it's potentially missing a could include rather than includes.
Going on to your suggested definition of hydraulic neutrality, could you explain what the extra words you've added on the end actually mean? Because I couldn't figure it out.
I apologise for that. It was intended to ensure that when people are assessing the hydraulic discharges from a development site, that it would be assessed against both the 10 and 100 year events.
So is the point that you're trying to say that people don't have to assess all the intermediate probabilities?
Correct. So it's not a continuous, I suppose, assessment. They would just have to show against the 10 and 100 year events.
Can I suggest that in your reply you try and capture that somewhat more succinctly and clearly? Respectfully.
Yes.
And apologies, I only want to complicate it further.
Wait for it. It gets worse. Yes?
For all new use or development, so that if you're changing it to that, in terms of the new use, does that include a change of use? So, showing my age, we used to have change of use requirements of the Town and Country Planning Act. Whereas if the use changed, then that you had to address that. That could be something as changing it from, technically, I don't know, library to a butcher or something, right? There's a change of use, and in that context, it might have. Is a change of use covered by this, or is it just the new use? I'm trying to make sure there's no this separation of what's being addressed, so that the more complicated doesn't for everybody.
I think technically in the wording I've suggested it would, but you'd be looking at the what impact that change of use has had on the discharge of stormwater. So if there's been no change in the stormwater management system on the site, then you could quite legitimately say that there's no change in the hydraulic discharge.
Well, I wonder if it should say means managing the change in stormwater runoff.
Yes, the chair's ahead of me and asking, is that means managing stormwater runoff? Should it be the change in that, or? I mean, if it's to the positive, there less, that would be good. That might not be the proper solution, but you understand what you can come back to on that, whether it needs to reflect what it is the change of use would actually apply to.
I'd appreciate a bit of time to consider that wording.
Exactly. Yep.
So in the same way, we might throw out suggestions on the fly, but that doesn't mean that we have conferred or that there is any greater thought than the previous 15 seconds that have gone into it. And so second thoughts may prove wiser ones, occasionally. So don't treat any wording that we give you as gospel. The next questions I had were all the stuff about what is permeable
surfaces.
permeable surfaces and what is impervious.
And what's a permeable paving? Almost sounds like a contradiction in terms.
Yes.
But how permeable is it? Is it to a standard? Does that make a difference? If you don't maintain it, does it get to the point where, what is it?
It becomes impermeable.
Yeah,
Or if you don't maintain it, does it go the other way?
does it go the other way? Yes, and then and just complicating things like that.
Yeah, I looked into this obviously somewhat when I was preparing this report, and there doesn't seem to be, from what I could find at least, a standard for permeable paving, which is why I recommended in the additional definition, which should be in here, that it was to provide for downward percolation and retention of all stormwater runoff generated by the area. So it's a qualitative.
Right, so where are you reading from?
From Appendix A of the Section 42A report.
What page are you on?
Page 11 of the Appendix A.
Permeable paving.
Okay, yep.
Just looking at that definition, seems to be a contradiction in terms. Downward percolation and retention. If it's percolating, you're not retaining.
It's the way the systems, which is why I referred to it as any system providing hard surfaces. So essentially, what I understand of it, at least, is that there is a layer which allows for retention of the stormwater underneath the paving itself, which has either allowances between the gaps of the paving or within the paving itself to allow the water to percolate down to that retention layer.
So is something that is entirely permeable, i.e. without such a retention layer, a bad thing? What's the desired objective here? What are we managing?
I think that there is a risk if you just related it to the paving itself, that the treatment of the surface underneath that paving could render it ineffective. Say if you compacted the ground first and then just laid paving over top, the water could seep through and then have nowhere to go. So it's the system as a whole that needs to be considered.
It's a planned retention system.
Yes. The simpler way, I guess, would just to say that any paving is impermeable and not to worry about it. But this was to allow for these systems to provide a different mechanism, I suppose.
And I suppose you're covering the entire gamut between something that is entirely connected. Like I was thinking about paving stones that have got grass between them,
Yes.
for instance.
Yeah, so it's
Is that a permeable paving as defined?
I think that's a method to reduce the area of impermeability, but I think technically you would still be introducing a certain area of impermeability through those sorts of stones as well.
Well, okay.
So it depends on whether, if I'm understanding your argument correctly, then it's because if those other, outside of the grassed areas, if those pavers have permeable and have it so that water can pass through them, and they've got the way they're laid out, the system underneath it is provided to allow them for retention and to percolate out, then that would meet it.
That's
But if
fine,
not,
yeah.
it's just a solid concrete paver over the top of
Correct.
sand or what have you, then
Correct.
it's
Yes.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff. Okay, objectives, 3.10, or introduction and objectives. Going to policy,
For what, yeah, the objective?
oh yes. Yes, which objectives, since there are two?
So, okay. So, when I read the objective on the hydraulic neutrality, before the bit got struck out and the new bit added in, I was reading it as two matters. One was about peak demand, the peak demand on stormwater management systems, and the second part was the increase in the risk of flooding. When you take those two bits out and you add flood risk as the result of use and development, that relates to the second part that was deleted. Does it relate to the first part, or is that missing, or or is that what the submitter was seeking?
And is that desirable? Well, that's the punchline.
Yeah.
As I understand it, the removal of the peak demand on stormwater management system is intentional, and the inputted wording of flood risk as a result is intended to cover both, because the stormwater management system and any flood areas it's an integrated whole rather than separate systems where.
Well, I suppose sort of punchline is, what is the adverse effect if the peak demand on stormwater management system is exceeded?
Correct. Yes. Yes. It is flood risk. So
It's flooding.
yeah.
Right, it's all about flooding.
The change to objective 2 shifts the focus from use and development. The outcome is not about use and development, it's about the Three Waters network. And the question I had in mind is are you throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Or in this case, the Three Waters. are you is the outcome managing the Three Waters network or managing the use and development? Because I'm not sure the plan can manage the capacity of the Three Waters development. I think that's a council function, but it's not an RMA function.
I think it's a good question.
All right.
Because I Mr. caught me at the wrong moment. So I got a paragraph 160. So why is it the levels of service? Why are the levels of service a concern? No, the levels of service are just established by Wellington Water or
Correct.
whoever.
Well, I guess that's really reflecting on that the size of the pipe may not be that important, but the outcome of the service is what's more relevant. I take your point though that levels of service are not set obviously through the RMA, but we have referenced, as you're pointing out before, the Wellington Waters external technical documents,
Yes.
which include those levels of service.
So my next question, what are they? Which is why I came to it differently to the way the chair did. What are those levels of service? And then it was, what is the intent of the objective? So
Well, I think
kind of
that,
ignoring what's written there at the moment, what's the actual intention of the objective? Which I'm assuming it's not, as the chair was suggesting, it might be read, but it has to do with that the objective is not to allow or require that any new development within the urban zones would meet the network has that capacity to accommodate the use. So if it's not the size of the pipes and there's no overflows and all that sort of thing, what are that's why I need to understand what are the levels of service that we're trying to address in relation to that.
yes, I think it's the levels of service that are set out in those technical documents, and I think it's also trying in the objective not to say that development can't occur if there's not existing capacity, because through the development itself it may incorporate further development of the network itself to provide for those levels of service.
Is there a timing issue with that?
It's a timing issue.
It can be. Yes.
There's something else that I need to inject into the discussion that you may not be aware of. In Stream 1,
Carry on.
we heard a representative of the Parramatta Residents Association who showed us some particularly vivid photos of wastewater manholes popping open and wastewater spewing over the road, and from which he said it goes into the harbour. And the relief the association was seeking was a veto on further development hooking into that system until it was sorted out. And your colleague, Mr. McDonnell, told us that that wasn't required because all the regulation that was needed was in the Three Waters chapter.
I think it's referred to as a hospital pass, Mr. Smeaton.
And at that point, I think I turned up the Three Waters chapter and suggested to Mr. McDonnell that the level of regulation that would ensure that Three Waters capacity at acceptable levels of service matched the development provided for in the plan didn't seem that clear. And this would seem to be the sharp end of that particular issue. So as I say, be aware that, as I say, as my colleague has put it, your colleague has thrown this hospital pass in your direction. I suspect without telling you, they're always the good ones.
I believe I've had some discussion on that point.
I've maligned Mr. McDonnell, and I unreservedly apologise for the implication that he might have dropped you in the wastewater.
I believe that there's also potential for these matters to have to be addressed through the further variation to the plan relating to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development taken into consideration.
I'd say quite a large potential, but let's just take that as a given, and when we see the variation, we'll know whether this is off our plate and we can forget about it.
Correct. Yes. Might have to consider your comments on this objective and potentially come back with some, well, at least come back with my considered thoughts on them and whether any additional changes are required.
If I can just add in, Commissioners, I was involved with the drafting of the chapter in the first instance, and certainly the intent of the objective and of the chapter as an outcome focus was to prevent situations where new development was occurring in areas where there was inadequate levels of service. So that was certainly the intent. And of course, the effects, as we know, of allowing use and development to occur where there are poor levels of service do result on adverse effects on other users of the network, and certainly may lead to discharges. Obviously, infrastructure holds discharge consents from the Regional Council, and there's a whole suite of rules in the soon-to-be Pnrp which regulate that.
So just sort of related that when we go on to and you're talking about the rules such as TR what is it, Three Waters R4 and R5, where you're talking about this is including those services reticulated to networks, specified levels of service must be met. Then I go, so which of the levels of service should I be looking at? There are no, they just say what those changes are in relation to the stormwater, wastewater and water supply, but it's, I mean, the tables themselves, what kind of, there don't seem to be any submissions from Wellington Water that I'm aware of. So, what level of service, what's the timing, what's specified, who specifies it, and how's it related to an effect that's being managed? So I'm just looking for, from that objective through the policies and down to the rules, how that's connected up. It's possible. This is. It might be something wider than what anyone's actually requested in the by way of a submission, and there might not be any scope. But it's a what is it? It's a, and you can tell us that. But if I'm just trying to understand how it all works, in order that we agree that the plan. I'm not sure if it's related to any particular those level of service. Maybe nobody's challenged them or what everything, and you should tell me to get back in my box.
In terms of scope, I'm just trying to think.
Mr. Smeaton, don't try and answer this necessarily all right now.
Yeah.
What is, if you'd want to come back to us and address those type of things, that's probably a better way to go about it. But just that's the kind of thing that, at least from my perspective, I'm trying to understand as it relates to the submissions we do have in terms of how we might be able to amend it, if at all.
A flowchart would work well.
Okay.
Yep.
On a more mundane level, since the Commissioner's thrown you that big curveball, the policy 3 on page 27, I think I think I understand what's meant by at the very end of subclause 2. Should it say reduced water pressure? Because pressure in a system or on a system can mean different things than if you're talking a hydraulic pressure of the water in the pipes.
Yep. So does the last part relate to the reduced water pressure relates to the water network, and in terms of
I believe so,
providing, so because there's an or in there with no comma or what have you, it doesn't. Increased wastewater overflows, comma, or is that what it's meant?
I believe that's that's what's intended.
I imagine that might, even if there's no submission, that might fit in the just points of just minor clarification category, but might be helpful.
Well, 234, well, we're talking about rainwater tanks. This is in terms of the standard one. So, the purpose of rainwater tanks is what?
In
the context of the district plan?
of the plan, it's to retain the stormwater on site and to release it slowly into the reticulated network.
Right, and so the rainwater tanks are not for, what is it?
Potable water.
Potable water, or for firefighting purposes, or for grey water, for any they're not the considerations, not for anything
It's
that
to-
would
it's to
reduce
manage- it's to-
water usage.
It's to manage stormwater.
It is.
It is, yeah.
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 Those additional uses could be benefits of a rainwater tank if someone wanted to design it in such a way that they could be used in that manner. But the intention through this framework is to manage stormwater. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Gibson's statement that you suggests that you might find some other terminology because people don't think when you say rainwater tanks, that's not what people think of.
Yeah, and I do take that on board to a degree where
No.
I guess I acknowledge that it could lead people to think it is relating to say potable water or such.
Stormwater detention or retention tanks, whichever is the appropriate.
The only qualm I guess I have around that is the terminology used in the Wellington water guidelines, I believe, is rainwater tanks as well. So,
Right, maybe we have a
that-
definition.
Yeah.
so I think I included a.
Maybe you're away,
Got it.
you're ahead of
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, no.
A definition
Well,
for rainwater tank.
Always good to
Oh, yes, a
point out
definition.
that the, politely, that the panel aren't paying attention. Good.
Yes, which would seem to say exactly what you just told us.
So rainwater tank for the purpose of this plan means, yep.
So hopefully that addresses.
Yep,
the
thank
concern.
you. Looking at your revised Rule 1, heading, as you've amended it, well, is new buildings in addition to new buildings, but then the text of the word says the development. Should that be clearer? That refers back to the heading. That's question number one. And question number two is when it says approved, what sort of approval are we talking about?
In relation to your first question, yes, I think it could be improved by stating the building or addition rather than development. In relation to your second question, I believe it's referring to where it's already have a resource consent or building consent or other such approval.
So, in practice, I wonder if it is it resource consent and building consent, or resource consent or building consent? Could be permitted, I suppose. Unlikely, but for this sort of thing, but
It's potential.
potential.
And just reflecting on it a bit myself as well, where an approved alternative could, I guess, lead people to think that there is a list of approved alternatives.
Yes.
So I think there's possibly benefit in refining that wording a bit further.
And the same wordings in R2. That was all I had. Anything else, Commissioner Sinclair?
No.
Mr. Kamara? Well, that's it. The Three Waters.
Very good. Just reflecting on sorry, before we move on, the new B, clause B under R2 has slightly different wording than under R1.
You, from your supplementary,
Sorry, no, from the section 42.
So you mean R1 as...
Yeah, so R1 on page 30 of the section 42, the amended wording there. Oh, sorry, no, that's, I was looking at the wrong thing. Please excuse me. That's,
No.
I was confused myself.
Body of the
That's-
rules on page 29. Nothing else from your end, Mr. Speed?
No, that's it. Thank you. Sorry, I was confused. So
We up to 3 REG?
yeah. I guess that's your choice, sort of noise or reg, whichever.
I think we should leave noise to deal with along with the infrastructure, because the reality is that interface is the key issue in contention, or one of the key issues in contention in the infrastructure
Yes.
chapter.
Correct.
So, 3.
All right. So 41 original submission points were received on the renewable electricity generation chapter. No further submissions were received. I identified the key issues in contention in the chapter in my section 42A report as greater recognition of the benefits of renewable electricity generation, differentiation of generation methods, noise standard compliance as an activity status trigger, maintenance activities within significant natural areas, certain terminology used, avoiding rather than minimising adverse effects, requiring all new buildings to be constructed with built-in solar power systems, and consistency with higher order documents. My analysis resulted in recommendations to adding the benefits of renewable electricity generation to the chapter introduction, correcting cross-references to other policies within the plan, removing wetlands as a consent activity status trigger in the rules, correcting terminology and adding a definition for wind turbine tower, and other minor corrections. So not a huge amount of changes to the chapter, but I'll hand over for questions.
Thank you. First, first question relates to the introduction. You've told us why you don't think a lot of the housing action Porirua relief. Understand that. The question for you is whether substance of the submission might be captured by adding in something beginning of the fourth I wrote down the fourth paragraph. Let me see. What I was thinking about. Oh yes, the second to last paragraph, beginning where you're talking about potential to cause adverse effects. What I was thinking of was something like, depending on the nature of the REG and its location, because clearly the submitter's drawing a pretty clear line that they don't like wind farms, and they do like solar. And the first sentence of that penultimate paragraph is very general and just talks about the adverse effects. They're going to vary, as I say. You're not going to have a geothermal power station or a hydro in Porirua district. So in reality, and you might, conceivably, I won't be holding my breath, get a tidal operation, the mouth of the harbour. I suspect that would be in the year right category. So it's wind or solar or bust, but it's all an issue of size and what are you actually talking about? Where are you talking about it? And so conveying something of that in that sentence might go some way to addressing the housing action submission.
Yeah, I'd be happy to include some wording there. So you're thinking of something additional to...
Yeah, like just an additional clause in the sentence. So something like on the front, depending on the nature of the operation and its location, the investigation, development and operation can cause adverse effects.
Yep.
Because some of them don't. Like, that's implicit in saying they can, but spelling that out.
Yep.
Wouldn't go amiss. So think about that. In terms of your discussion in the next paragraph, Commissioners, just interrupt me if I'm going past anything you've got. You're talking about the wind farm standard, noise standard. Mr. Botha in his presentation raises a question. If you're going to tie status to compliance with the standard, what about the situation where, to put it crudely, the wind farm developer has bought off the neighbours and they agree to a higher level of noise for on the basis of a private agreement? Should the plan, does the standard acknowledge that? And if the standard doesn't acknowledge it, should the plan?
I'm not aware if the standard acknowledges that or not. I'd have to look at that in some detail, but in that situation, I think it's still appropriate to have the activity status based on the noise that you received on the adjacent site.
Like I suppose it's to me it's all a bit futile, as the Commissioner just pointed out to me. You require somebody to make an application, they rock up with a whole lot of written approvals, and you can't then take account of the effect. Is that an effective and efficient way to proceed?
Well,
What's the shift in activity status from one to the other?
Discretionary to non-compliant.
Discretionary to non-complying.
yes.
Yeah. So even if you've got all the written approvals you require, it'd still be non-complying.
Yeah, I don't think that changes my position on that. I think they would still need to go through that process to actually get all those written approvals, which may or may not occur.
But on the other hand, if somebody's sitting there with an application that has attached to it 15 written approvals, or all of their neighbours within 500 metres, should they be non-complying on the basis that they don't meet the standard? Like our objective asking you these questions is not to persuade you to the outcome, it's to invite you to think about it and tell us the answer, and whether you tell it to us now or in a reply, I'm easy either way. But if you just want to reflect on that, that's fine. And if you come back and tell us that you maintain that opinion following 15 reasons, then we respect if that's your opinion.
I think I would appreciate a bit more time.
If there were only
to think about
14,
it.
we'd be fine.
Thank you for that.
And in terms of your discussion at paragraph 61, you're saying that the rule cascade you have in mind is more efficient because relying on the policy and conditions doesn't provide direction, to which the obvious answer is, well, maybe we should think about tweaking the policy a bit more to say in words of shorter and clearer syllables that is a requirement, although potentially subject to the point we've just been discussing, unless all affected parties have supplied their written agreement. Because at that point, as your colleagues on other chapters have consistently said, advocating a shift from non-complying to discretionary status, if the policy regime is clear enough, it makes no difference.
Yeah.
Well, you know, bits about, if it's non-complying, then it's not foreseen by the plan. You know, is it what's meant?
And again, is it not appropriate to foresee it if given the NPS REG?
Again, I think I'd like to
Yep.
ruminate on that a little bit.
Looking at the standard S7 on page 12, what do the words measured at ground level add? Like I know what they add, but what's the point of them?
I believe I included those because the structure may change its shape as it moves up. So having it measured at ground level set a defined point around which the clearance of vegetation could actually occur.
Well, so the classic wind turbine, certainly the large ones, rotate, face the wind, and the outer limits of the blades cover a huge circle that is far larger. Well, the ones at Makara, at any rate, like I think those blades are. I think they're 80 metres. So that's 160 metre diameter, and the base is, well, it might be 5. So is that appropriate? That I suppose that.
Well, I guess it depends on how high the blades are above the
Yes,
existing
that's
vegetation.
right. Like with the Makara ones, if they're 80 metres in the air, they're unlikely to be encountering any trees. But if you
keeping them out of the way.
But if you have something much smaller, by measuring it at the base, you might, in practice, be precluding the use of wind turbine technology.
I would presume if a wind turbine has been placed in a significant natural area,
Or adjacent thereto.
or adjacent, there's been some clearance has already been consented previously.
I suppose that's right. That probably follows. Yeah.
In which case, then that would be allowed for them to maintain that clearance.
So in other words, so your point would be, anyone consenting a turbine close to an SNA, in fact any vegetation, would have thought about the need to maintain clearance.
I would have thought so if it's for operational needs. Then if it hasn't been thought about, it probably should have been.
So what this standard is in fact addressing is some sort of facility whose entire location is shifted from, which is hard to conceive as to how that could happen.
Well, I think It's referring to any building or structure, and includes in the second clause there access tracks as well. So it's trying to encompass all of the activities that are occurring for that renewable electricity generation. So it might not just be the actual tower itself.
A related question of this, because we've already heard from Mr McDonnell about SNA's trimming and the reply on that. Just how does your recommendations, link up with his recommendations in relation to what we heard around SNAs and fire and emergency recommendations and things like that? Have you taken account of that in terms of preparing this? Sorry, I can't remember the timing of each of your report and his reply.
The answer is his reply is after.
Yes. So that's
So that would be difficult.
yeah, but would I have you considered that where we raised similar matters regarding vegetation clearance and that sort of thing, that it seems to me that it might be almost regardless of the fact that this is about building structures and things like that. Well, surely that would the same would apply to whatever's being done on the other. So would you be able to look at what Mr McDonnell was recommending and then come back to us and to say whether there should be some linkage between the two? And of course, you may need to go and look for scope, of course, which may or may not be helpful.
It's certainly, yeah, I can confer with Mr. McDonnell.
On a similar or related issue, your discussion on page 21 about consistency with the NZCPS, these policies that say having regard to the matters in XYZ policies, is that strong enough, given that blinding statement the obvious, that we are obliged to give effect to the NZCPS? So having regard to a policy, like no matter how strong the policy is, if the obligation is only to have regard to it, that could be said to be a pretty weak instruction.
Yeah, I take your point on that. I do note it is, from memory, quite consistent with the way we've drafted other policies within the plan, but noting your reference to the NZCPS and having to...
And even if it's not the NZCPS, if it's SNAs, go back to section 6C and the, as the Supreme Court said, something in the nature of an environmental bottom line.
Yeah.
To foreshadow it, yes, I've written the same question in the margins of your infrastructure report.
Yeah, again, I think that's one I would like some thought to come back to you on.
That okay.
Yeah, just related to that, and this is about a understanding. When it's within specified layers in, I'm on page 22. It's got the correct me if I'm wrong. I understand that at least the coastal environment isn't an overlay. Therefore, how does the ONLs and the SALs are, but if the coastal environment's not an overlay, how does that relate to the whether these things and giving effect to the NZCPS is actually covered?
Commissioner, I think that Ms. Racklin recommended that the coastal environment be redefined as an overlay, which has given rise to the concept of a specified overlay. What I don't remember is whether it's a specified overlay.
That's that I can't remember how it's all connected up. Just that obviously everybody wants it so that it's clear throughout the plan. So you might be able to have a discussion with your colleagues and then correct me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be one that would be good to confer with them on where things have landed. But
Yes.
I do, from memory, while we've mapped the coastal inland extent, or whichever wording it is to be, we've also mapped those coastal areas
Of high quality. Well, I forgot what they've called, but yeah, high amenity coastal environment areas, or something
those
like
ones,
that.
yep.
So which are specified overlays
Yes.
as we've landed on. So my, I guess, preliminary response is I think it's covered, but
Yes.
I'd like
That's
to,
what
yeah.
I'm just looking for
Yep.
clarification that what it is and how it's all.
Yep.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
Just referring the discussion in your paragraph 137, Mr. Smeaton, talking about the existing environment and that it includes permitted activities, so that they'll be included in the assessment of environmental effects. Can you point me to the policy direction, or the policy that provides direction on effects on such permitted activities?
I couldn't find it.
So sorry, could you repeat the question?
That you said, well, permitted activities, even if they're not currently exercised, will be in the frame for an assessment of environmental effects. But where's the policy direction? Like, I'm not saying it's not there, so I'm just asking if you'd point it out to me, that would cover them. So it's just how it's expressed.
Well, I guess just taking small scale renewable electricity generations and policy P4, just clause 1. activity of a form, location, scale that
On the
avoids.
environment, so that, yes.
The
So, yeah, I
environment.
got you. So that'll include that. It's an existing, do you think it's intentional that that says on the environment rather than on the existing environment? Is that policy directing a broader effects inquiry than the case law on the existing environment would provide for, i.e. Hawthorne? Sorry, I've just thought of this. This, which probably, given that I've just thought of it, probably means there's a good answer, but since I've got the chance, I'll ask you to tell me what it is.
I assume it is intentional.
Which policy are you referring to?
P4, P41, adverse effects on the environment.
I think we've really only referred to the existing environment in quite sort of specific places.
Like I suppose maybe the answer is, having raised the question, I think I might have figured it out myself, because that's what, well, it used to be 104.1a, but it's the numbering's probably changed again, which says on the environment, and that's how it's been interpreted. So forget that idea.
And if I may, sir, it would be existing and anticipated environment as well. This policy is all set up to set the permitted standards for small-scale generation. So what has been permitted is aimed at what ultimately the zone anticipates to occur.
The,
I have a related question just to the policy framework, if you're still there, Mr. Chairman.
yeah,
Yep.
please.
In the policy, or in the way the plan's structured, the wording approaches to some of the policies, and that is only allow. Can someone tell me the background to that, why that was chosen?
Yes, I guess there's some good examples here in policy P5 and
Yes.
policy P7, which is where I guess it's as opposed to provide for, which is another word that's used a lot in the policies, where provide for is, as we've used it in the plan, sets out where activities which are sort of generally anticipated to occur but may require some particular consideration, whereas the only allow policies really set out quite specific and targeted areas or circumstances where those activities may occur if they achieve those certain outcomes. So it's a lot more detailed and directive policy.
And clearly implies may not occur if they don't achieve those outcomes.
Correct.
Is there a difference between only allow and require? Do they mean the same thing? As you can tell, I haven't been, at the moment I'm not a fan of only allow.
I see.
Only allow because it's not a, as you said, it's not a provide for or that. It's when they are allowed, so it's required. I read it as it's required.
Yeah, and I guess
Required.
where an example for require is just in policy 3 there relating to reverse sensitivity.
You could have said only allow new sensitive activities to be designed if,
But if I may, sir, that wouldn't make sense. In terms of you can't just change require to only allow new sensitive activities to be designed and located.
if they avoid conflict. The question is, do they mean the same thing?
You'd say only allow new sensitive activities if they are designed and located to avoid.
Yes, that's
So,
right.
so yes, and if we're looking at P5, we'd have to do quite a substantial rewrite in terms of how it's framed. Not that's necessarily a bad thing.
But the issue is whether for every rule that says only allow, there would be scope to do that.
So the intent of P3 and using require is that there would be standards associated with that to implement that policy, whereas using only allow is aimed at something that needs to go through a consenting pathway and provides the means of assessment of what is appropriate or not.
So that where the term require,
Require it to me is more hard and fast
and
than a...
that's linked to standards, you said?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. And then when it's only allow,
is where there is an
directed to a-
evaluation and assessment required. Yeah. And so we have carefully used different policy language through the plan, really aimed at obviously what the intent is, and how it then links to the activity status of whatever is relevant.
Forgive me for asking something I should probably already know, but does the using the plan section actually say what those different words mean?
No, it doesn't.
just the style guide.
And
But the
should it?
style guide
The style
does,
guide
which
does.
you were provided with. Yes.
Yes. So the question is there merit in terms of, like, again, subject to scope, providing, shifting that advice into the how to use the plan section?
If there is scope, sir.
Yes, like, but well, take that as given. Do you think there's merit or
Yeah,
not?
It could be useful, yes. Yeah. We can provide a right of reply on that matter,
Thank you.
which I guess I will be doing.
One final question from me, Mr. Smeaton. In Mr. Botha's statement, he sets out a sort of like a back-of-the-envelope calculation about how the standards would work in practice, and comes up with the conclusion that he doesn't actually say this, but this was the conclusion I drew from what his back-of-the-envelope conversation is. You couldn't, in fact, have a small-scale wind turbine on an urban property. You wouldn't meet the standards. You'd have to get a consent. Is that the intention? Well, first of all, was his back-of-the-envelope calculation even approximately correct? But the punchline is that if it was, is that the intention?
I don't think it's the intention to preclude those, but certainly, I mean, the requirement is avoiding, remedying or mitigating adverse effects. So while there is the NPS renewable electricity generation there, which certainly supports and requires us to include provisions to allow for appropriate renewable electricity generation, if there are adverse effects on the surrounding sites or people or occupiers of those sites, then I think it should go through a consenting process. the standards themselves, whether or not they can be achieved on a standard-sized urban allotment, I don't really think that's I don't think that's the point really. It's the effect of the activity itself.
Well, I think that we would need to know. I think we need to know that, because in terms of a Section 32 analysis, if it's not actually possible to construct a small-scale wind turbine on an urban dwelling, I've got no idea whether, quite apart from the standards, you could meet the noise requirements, being that close to your neighbour. I don't know how noisy those small turbines are. No doubt Mr. Bother will be able to tell us that, because I think he spent his working life working on those things.
Related to that, it's sort of, I don't know if you were to buy an off-the-shelf turbine that sat on the roof of your house, how big is it? How much height does it add? That kind of thing. Is it any different to an exterior sky, television aerial, chimney or something like that? Would it fit within the provisions that you have relating to the maximum height of a dwelling or that sort of thing? But if it's an off-the-shelf kind of thing, then it gives you a parameter by which to start that sort of assessment.
Again, I could have a look into that, but I do note that the standard for small scale roof-mounted wind turbines relate to, well, the first two certainly, how much that turbine can impinge on the already existing zone standard. So it's still being more flexible than, or more permissive than the underlying zone height standards. But whether or not that allows for off-the-shelf type turbines, I'm not entirely sure. I guess it would depend on the existing height of the building as well.
Yeah, but
And it may be that you wouldn't want it attached to the building to get the right airflow.
yeah,
Correct.
That you'd want it on a separate pole.
In which case you'd then fall into the standard 3, which provides for freestanding wind turbines.
Not if they don't have guide ropes. I noted your agreement with Mr. Bythell that he has a point, but no submission.
Correct.
So yes, and I think that was his point. You're not going to get an urban section anywhere in an urban section that's
I think it was clause 2, wasn't it?
yes,
Yes.
of 60 metres
yeah.
or 10 times the height. If it's on a pole, it's presumably going to be. Well, it's not going to. Well, it could be 6 metres high, I suppose, but 60 metres from the nearest house, it's not going to be
Well,
an urban section.
no. 7.2 seems particularly particular. It's not a 7 metre rotor, it's a 7.2, so somebody must have been looking at something to come up with a number.
Maximum rated, yes. That presumably is the off-the-shelf model.
What one would have thought.
Well, so I think
I can
the
have a look at
the request is, we're interested from a Section 32 point of view. Could you in fact get an off-the-shelf wind turbine and install it as a permitted activity? How big would your section how big in practice would your section need to be? Are you precluding their use from in urban areas, and if you are, does that line up with the recognition of the benefits of same in the NPS REG? Like, that's a bundle of questions. We will await your advice on.
I'll have fun looking at that.
Anything else on REG?
Nothing from me.
I could just jump in and add, because I can't help myself, I'm sorry.
Wait for it. Yes.
Chair.
Feel free. All contributions welcome.
These rules and standards around the small scale generation activities were based on others within other plans.
Which one?
Certainly Hutt and Upper Hutt, because I drafted them. And I believe Commissioner Sinclair may have been involved in some way or form with that hearing. And so those were subject to discussions with the Wind Energy Association and ECA at the time, in terms of being at an appropriate size and scale that would allow small-scale generation to occur. But we can go back and do some additional research for the panel on it.
And it may be that they're permitted if you attach them to the house, but not on a freestanding basis. That may be as simple as it is. It does provide for it, but provided it's attached to the house.
Yeah. And it's all about, obviously, the different, as Mr. Smeaton said, the different effects that are generated from them. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt.
It's now 3:23. We were going to break at 3:30. So what's the plan from here, Mr. Smeaton? I think we've worked our way through all your topics except infrastructure, noise and transport.
Correct.
We need to hear from Mr. Andreas, and we need to talk to Mr. Racklin about signs and temporary activities. Well, I think that the plan would be we'll break for a cup of tea. We'll come back. If you've scheduled the experts to come in, we'll talk to Mr. Andreas first, and then go to Mr. Racklin and maybe hear from Mr. Wright after Mr. Racklin on his signs evidence, and then we'll take stock as to how much of the day is left. Whether we start infrastructure, because I think we can probably find a few things that well, we could start with the national grid. That'd be okay. We'll adjourn and be back at 3:40. We'll resume the hearing, thank you. If I might call you Andreas, since I think you need to tell me how you to pronounce your surname.
Hello.
Hello.
You can call me Andreas. I think it's easier and more convenient. However, for the records, my surname is Giannakos Giorgos.
I think I'll stick with Andreas if you don't
I think
mind.
so. I think so.
So thank you very much, Andreas,
You're
for your
welcome.
evidence. Is there anything you want to say? You tell us before we ask you some questions.
Not particular. I have worked together with Rory in the development of my submissions, and it happens to be actually watching the YouTube and the channel and the presentation that you had earlier on, and I just happened to be in that 11:30, 11:45 discussion about some site stability questions that you have, which obviously because I was attending later, I didn't want to interrupt, and so I just, I'm here to answer any questions, any clarifications, whatever you need.
Well, in that case, since we're open to all inputs, before I ask you any questions, what did you hear that you thought, no, they've got it all wrong and they don't understand it and it needs to be something else?
No, I don't think so. I just, out of context, I was just watching the last minutes of your discussion, and you were just saying something about adjacent sites and the stability of the sites, if it was confined within the site,
Yes.
or is affecting the nearby sites. So without actually knowing exactly the exact content of that, I didn't want to make any comments or anything like that.
The upshot was that currently the rule says that the plan is concerned with site stability within sites and as it affects adjoining sites. And my question to Mr. Smeaton was, if an earthworks operation has no effect on adjoining sites, if there's a stability problem within the site, isn't that the landowner's problem? Now, clearly, like one would have thought a landowner would be concerned, but part of the issue about part of the RMA's operation is that it's supposed to be effects based. So, what is the relevant effect if a landowner is adversely affecting the stability of his own property, or her own property, or their own property? And I'm not sure that that's a technical issue, it's more a planning issue, but if you've got any input, now's a good time.
Yeah, I think it is a planning issue, but what I can say that when there is a stability problem, it's, you cannot, there is no guarantee that it will remain within site. It will affect site. Might be a retaining wall that might be affected, might be an excavation that could trigger some instability upslope, or if it is a field, might trigger some instability downslope, might change a lot of things. So you cannot, it's obviously, it is something that you know better how from planning perspective and what is the intent you can add there. But I don't think that it is a black and white. I think that it has to be some overall and wider consideration.
So I've written on my pad, unlikely to occur in practice, that you would have an entirely internalised effect.
No, you can have an internal effect if somebody wants within his property just excavate something right next to his foundation or her foundations that might cause some kind of instability locally, which will be there. But depending on the extent of that, it might trigger a wider problem. There are some areas that you know very well that, or even from your experience, or even from just passing through the site, and you say, okay, that's quite steep, that it's probably at the edge of stability or anything. So somebody doesn't want to touch that. You don't know how the situation might be. And sometimes and I'm speaking about myself as a homeowner, as a property owner, we would like to do some silly things because we consider that, okay, yeah, I can do that. But we might not think what will be the effects, the wider effects of that. So excavation, earthworks in general, it's not something that we need to take light. So there must be some kind of clarifications, rules, and all that stuff, that it will save other people's property.
Understand, thank you. Can I take you to paragraph 21 of your evidence? I had two questions about this paragraph,
My evidence, yep.
your evidence. The first is, what is an NZS 3604 structure?
This is a lightweight timber frame structure, which is typically most of New Zealand houses. All the timber frame houses, it's pretty much 3604 structures. It's pretty much it. What it is not, it is any commercial developments, let's say. Let's put it like that. Most of the residential developments, most of the houses, dwellings, it will fit into that type of structures.
And the second point, you've said load on the ground roughly about 50 kilopascals for a wider area. I wasn't clear, is that the load of the house or the load of the fill?
The load of the fill.
Yeah.
The load of the fill, or if you take it reverse, it's the unload of the excavation, which is quite significant. For example, just to get you the comparison, what I wanted to say that according to the 3604 standards, a house, a single-story house is applying about 3 kPa to the ground. So 50 kPa, which is a 2.5 meter fill, it's nearly, 15 times more. So it is a significant loading. It's nothing that it is something that somebody needs to be scared about that, 2.5 fill. No, it's not. But it is far more, and it is something that people will need to consider that.
When you say that a normal house be 3, is that a normal house on flat ground, or would it be a more load if it was on sloping ground?
No, it is a different loading, and it's a different stability condition, if you wish. If you are on a sloping ground, it's not the same.
And when you said for a wider area, I mean, again, how to draw the comparison to a 3604 house when you say how big is the comparable areas?
Yeah. What I'm just saying here, because when you have a house, let's say that, for example, you have that house with individual piles, the loading of that individual pile, which is the transfer of the load of the house, is going to be confined in that area of the footing, and underneath that, when you have, for example, a 2.5 meter fill, which might be 10 meters long and 3 meter or whatever wide, obviously that will apply loading to the ground in a much wider area. It's not similar to that. So it has a wider effect. Depending on the size of that, it will go deeper, or it will spread at a bigger area.
And what about a house on a concrete pad?
Oh, it's more or less similar.
Similar to the cut and fill that we're talking about, or similar to
No, it's similar for the house. I mean, if it is a concrete pad, instead of just having an individual square, you just have a rectangle, which extends to that width of the house, of the dwelling, or whatever is that.
That was all I had. Commissioner Sinclair?
You've successfully asked all the questions two of the questions I had, so yep.
Commissioner Pnrp?
Kia ora, Andreas. Thanks very much for your evidence and for the further clarification you've provided through your responses to the Chair. I have no further questions for you. Kia ora.
You're welcome.
So that's it from us, Andreas. Many thanks for your input. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
We'll sign off then.
Thank you.
Mr. Rackling.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. Did you want to hear from Glenn Wright, who's the expert on Lighting, who did a piece on lighting to signs. Would you like to hear him first or after I finish? He was due to come tomorrow, but obviously changed.
Whichever you prefer.
I think it might be useful if we hear from him first.
Fine.
I don't think it'll take too long.
Mr. Wright, welcome back. So we have your evidence on signs, which we have read. Is there anything else you'd like to talk to us about before we...
No, I guess it's probably just, yeah, there was that one aspect that has been raised in the past, which is just at the spill light associated with signs. My view was that was best covered by the lighting chapter, but the lighting technical parameters associated with the signs themselves, I thought was best in a separate section, so I didn't get confused with the other aspects that are in the light chapter, like the illuminance of vertical surfaces and facades.
Thank you. Commissioner Pnrp, any questions for Mr. Wright?
Kia ora, Mr. Wright. Thank you very much for your evidence. Just having a quick look through to see if I have any particular questions for you. The recommendations you've made are fairly clear. No, I don't have any questions for you at this stage. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wright, my question first, I got two questions only. The first relates to your paragraph 16. The sign chapter does not control reflectivity. And then you say, if it were to be included, we could look at something, and you've plucked out some Auckland and Hamilton examples. What you don't tell us is whether, in your opinion, the sign chapter should control reflectivity.
In my opinion, controlling reflectivity is quite a tricky thing, because each colour on a sign has an associated reflectivity. So obviously white being the worst case will always have expected reflectance of around 70%. So it's quite a, and that's probably no difference to, the reflectance you could expect from a white house, for example. I'm not really a fan of trying to control its reflectivity.
And when you say 70%, what would a blue sign have?
The blue would probably be down in the range of 30 to 40%, depending on the blue. Dark blue could be as low as 15.
This is the point where one of the panel confesses they're colourblind. So your view is we could, but you're not recommending it.
Right.
And then the last question I had relates to the part paragraph. You've got 20.5, then you've got another paragraph. The AUP has similar standards with standards for facial luminance, facade luminance, and separate higher signs. Is that a similar approach or a similar absolute standards, or both?
Similar approach in that the AUP and the levels that are proposed in this chapter are based on standards around the facade. Yeah. Brightness, they come out of that AS NZS 4282 where the lighting chapter rules come from, whereas the and then the the sign brightness levels came from sort of like an industry understanding of the problem and the situation. I just can't recall. I think AS NZS 4282 might have touched on the subject now as a late addition to the final version. But the values that are in there are quite well established levels of associated with the level of obtrusiveness of illuminated signs.
So is the standard in the light chapter the same numerical value as the in the Auckland Unitary Plan?
Yes. I was involved in the Auckland Unitary Plan, and back then they came from their origins were from a European CIE standard, which the majority of which was then adopted in the Australian New Zealand standard 4282.
Commissioner Sinclair, any questions for Mr. Wright?
No, other than a thank you. I appreciated someone telling me the difference between illuminance and luminance. Sorry, that was very instructive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, Mr. Wright. We appreciate your participation in the process and your assistance you've given to the council team.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Farewell. Mr. Ackland, should we do signs first? Microphone.
Put that on. Thank you, panel. So I prepared a supplementary statement which included signs, and
Yes.
in there are two main issues I deal with. One is because the evidence from Waka Kotahi on standard sign S64, which was about signs being at right angles and controlling them, their evidence is one that I agree with, but I didn't think there was scope to make the changes they were asking for, and I've set that out in my supplementary. The other issue I address, and I think it's still the main outstanding issue, is the effects of signs on the state highway. Is I note that it's my understanding that Waka Kotahi do have powers to make bylaws to control signs that are visible from a state highway. So those are the two main things I addressed in my supplementary. Now, just picking up on what Mr. Wright has said in response to the Chair's question, I have to say I may have misinterpreted as being that he was recommending that we control reflectivity. In light of his response, I'd want to think about that again, but I'd also perhaps like to hear from Waka Kotahi if there's any additional information they can provide. But my assumption at this stage would be to amend that recommendation in my right to reply. So other than those, I'm happy to take questions.
So just dealing with the right angle issue, is there a problem that someone's going to come up with a sign that's 91 degrees or 89?
So in terms of the right angles?
Yes, right angle being 90 degrees.
It's one of those ones where I would say you could interpret that standard to be so particular and so precise that it just creates, for me, unnecessary interpretation issues that could be resolved with some change in wording. I understand the intent where the standard was trying to achieve, but I can understand the concerns that come back, which is it's very precise wording.
But in terms of scope, given that Waka Kotahi want anything that's visible, that would seem to give you a lot of leeway to play with the wording.
Yeah, I might have to think about it, but when I was looking at it, because they didn't seek the deletion of that, they sought the or visible from State Highway as an addition.
Or did they?
Not necessarily, they didn't cross through as far as I'm aware. I'm happy to take this away and just have another think about.
Well, put another way, then, if it was an addition, and you were to say that would be within scope because it's retaining the 90 degrees, and I think it is a mistake to have a standard that has a single degree.
As I said, I would agree with their concerns, and if I could find the scope for it, I'd be happy to go with that. All freestanding signs and then underline visible from a state highway or, oh sorry, it's not that one. Any sign. How we might be able to get that one back in.
Not exactly clear about what they mean, so is it the it's attached to? It doesn't say.
What they've, because they haven't put this in their submission, it's
Yeah.
in there, just be a sign within X distance of a traffic feature.
Right, yeah,
Has to be set back a certain road features such as intersections.
right. But they want, my understanding is they want it so if the sign's visible from a state highway, so is that the front, the sign, the front that you can,
From the state highway, I'm not recommending we accept that because I think it's too open to interpretation. Which is why I just could not recommend the those changes they're seeking. I thought they went too broad.
visible in another,
It's now 59. Gives you quite a broad sweep back towards the city. I could probably spot a lot of signs from there. Is that what was intended? And their evidence did.
Well, I think in terms of interpreting their submission, I think we should ask them,
yes,
Commissioner.
quite probably. My first question is on page 18.
I think I can do better. This is a question I asked Mr. Speaton earlier. You're probably already armed with the answer, Mr. Acton.
No pressure.
Paragraph 56, shifting from traffic and road user safety to users of the transport network. How could a sign affect anyone other than someone in a vehicle? In any meaningful way?
To say pedestrians or cyclists, as much as they might be as a distraction to road car drivers, for one better term. So I wouldn't be comfortable sticking with just traffic and road users. I think it can be broader than that.
Oh, so you're talking about a physical obstruction rather than a distraction?
That's included because we do have.
Yeah, fair enough. Again, I'm trying to think about, is there really a risk of distraction of train drivers?
I did think when I was going through these different scenarios, and it may be one that I'm not an expert, but I could imagine a situation where maybe glare or spill light may obscure their vision. Now, whether that leads to get that, and without knowing the answer precisely of how that would be managed by KiwiRail or in terms of network, it's a potential effect to me.
So is the, am I overstating if I wrote in the margin, we need to ask KiwiRail? Like, given that it's the safety of their drivers, can they justify that? Because you're saying it's a potential effect, but you don't have the expertise to advise us as to whether how real it is.
not in that precise scenario you've set out.
I wondered, looking at the wording of your reasoning on paragraph 77. I understand the point you're making, but is there merit in explicitly saying, making point 4, policy 4.4 subject to 1 to 3?
I think policy 4.4 does stand on its own without, I wouldn't want it to be linked in that sense to 1 to 3, the different situations in my mind.
I suppose the issue for me is, and this is a point that we've talked about, yes, I know that the plan needs to be read as a whole, but on the face of it, you have different policies that potentially conflict, because 4.4 says allow signs that do not do these things, but you've got 1 to 3 is restricting, controlling and avoiding signs that do a whole range of other things that are not in 4.4.
Yeah, I can see that there's a number of adjectives that are used. I still think that 4 by allowing signs is relevant to that particular action it's seeking to achieve, whereas the other ones are very particular to those actual issues there. So avoiding, I think, is important because that's signs that imitate and compete with traffic signs or traffic control devices. So it's getting that balance between the management of them, but also allowing signs to take place. And that's what I've tried to sort of set out in my 42A, is getting that balance between the two, but I'm still comfortable with that wording.
Right. My last shot.
Happy to ponder it though, but yes.
In view of the discussion we had before the break with Ms. Sweetman, what about only allowing?
I think there would definitely be merits in that, because it is going to be limited in locations.
Because that doesn't, like, my concern is allowing is like enabling, but broader in fact, whereas what you're actually saying is, or don't, you could equally say don't preclude, but I'm not suggesting you meant it to say that, but the style of the plan to cover that situation is only allowing.
Yeah, I think thinking that one through, I definitely would see the merits in saying only allowing for that particular scenario.
And my last question, since you're here first, what are curves with chevron siding?
Based on my experience of them, they are, when you see them, you know what they are. When you see them painted on there, I'm not sure you necessarily need a definition of something like that.
No, give me an example.
Well, literally when I've been approaching particular corners, there'll be chevrons to direct you.
Oh, you mean...
Isn't there a photo in somebody's evidence of one of them? I think in the Wakakotahi there's a photo. It's a sign that might be an arrow, and there's several of them spaced out.
It's
what they call
to guide
chevrons.
you around a corner.
Yeah. Without a speed limit, necessarily.
You like those
Yes. Arrowheads.
arrowheads in a row?
Yes.
So is that what you mean?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Yep. I think there's a photo in somebody's evidence.
I think there might be.
Okay. I know chevrons are like what military officers wear on their shoulders.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I've never seen it talked about in a road context. Commissioner Sinclair, we
I
learn
just,
something new every day.
I just want to check with the P4, the signs component there, that policy. If the policy starts, Ms. Sweetman explained about, what is it, only allow means that it's going to have requires a consent and evaluation, whereas the policy that says allow or require, then that would go to a permitted activity. Does that policy...
No, enable was a permitted activity.
Enable.
Requires more directive was the description.
Was more directive. I just say, does that mark up the attachment or the linkage between that policy and the rules in terms of the signage at all, if it's got allowing and require in the same policy with four? It was that point that the chair was making, but they seem to be doing different things, and does it mean that the rules, does it affect the rules if you would change the policy? That's really what I'm asking.
In terms of P4.4, if we were to change it to only allowing, no, I don't think it would, because the rules and standards are set up in a way that where they are appropriate, they can take place without necessarily always needing consent. But there are strict controls on where and when that can take place.
Okay.
So it's more of it's a limited locations it can occur. Otherwise, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Murray, anything?
Sorry.
Sorry, wait for it.
No.
I thought he was.
no.
Go on, Sonny.
I've only got two to quote Commissioner McMahon. I've only got two questions. The page 18, in terms of the recommendation, which for interpretation sign, I wondered about the word often with photos, drawings, or maps. Often doesn't provide a lot of certainty to the definition. Maybe including or something like that maybe a better word. There might be
I
some
think
other
it would
word.
be. I'd just as you're talking there, I was looking at often and put some like may include photos, drawings, or maps.
May include. Yep. Oh, that one. Okay. this is in relation to Rule 6 on page 19. And again, this is my interpretation, so hope you need to potentially correct me here. So what I've written down is following to that and that first part of the assessment and whatever, that so if any sign is in a mixed use zone, consent's required even if it's not visible from a state highway network. Is that in terms of R6?
So I'll just get clarification. So you're talking about in my paragraph.
And this is in this is like page 19 and going through that mixed use mana zone and what have you. Sorry, I've written it way back on page 19, but it
But
was
it goes over.
where the recommendation goes right through to 115. So you've rejected the submission of Waka Kotahi. And whereas it could be that if I said something like, so any sign within the mixed use zone, consent would be required, even if it's not visible from the state highway network.
So in the mixed use zone,
Yep.
So R6 is for off-site signs. So under the rule R6, they would be a permitted activity if they're within the mixed use zone. And then the point I've made is, but they're also subject to sign S15 standard, which says there can be no more than one off-site sign per site. So they can occur in the mixed use zone. And so, yes, that they could be visible from the state highway.
Well, not visible.
Because you're like...
Using the
you've
common meaning of visible, that is, you're
Yeah.
driving through, you could see them.
Yeah, because you've highlighted the Mana Esplanade there with 59 going through there now. You only need to turn, driving north, turn west and look. There's signs for in there, hundreds possibly, all along there. Would they all need resource consent?
If you applied the test of visible from the state highway, then yes, I would say you're going to capture cut off signs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pnrp will be supplying a chocolate fish for all participants in due course.
Yeah.
It may be a whole bag, I'm afraid. I can't seem to turn it off. My apologies.
So I'm now gone through to page 23. So, that's right. So if you take S1 out of Rule 10, so that's standard, you're taking that out of Rule 10, in the remainder of the it's still in there and required for quite a number of the other rules, is what I'm, yeah. No. Answer my own question, ignore it, thank you.
Okay.
That's me.
Question from Mario?
Nothing further from me, thank you.
Right, that's us on signs. Temporary activities.
Thank you, panel. So again, I just need to bring it up. I did a supplementary on for this topic as well, and the main contents was try to respond to the outcomes of the joint witness statement and set out what I thought could be a plan in response to that. I also noted, agreed with the NZDF's comments. There was an omission in my final version, dreadline version, in my section 42A of the chapter where I'd forgotten to put in about the helicopter landing, which was included within the actual main body of the report. The other thing, I do have an update, which I'll just pass to. So an update, I noticed over the weekend when I was looking at this again, that I had missed a submission point. So I've put it on I've done an update, and I'm happy to read that out for the panel. So my name is Michael David Racklin. I consider the submissions on and authored the Section 42 report for the signs topic and temporary activity topic. So update for the temporary activities topic. I've noted that my Section 42 report omits submission point 81.521 from Kaina Ora, which seeks the temporary activity chat to be retained as notified. I can confirm that my recommendation in respect to this submission point is accept in part, and my reason is that it's accepted in part, subject to amendments made in response to other submissions. So apologies for missing that submission point from my original 42A report. Other than that, I think the main outstanding issue that we have for this chapter is on the nighttime live firing issue. So again, happy to move to questions.
Okay, I think that we'll talk to Mr. Lloyd tomorrow about nighttime night firing. I'll wait for it. Temporary activities. I only had one question for you. It's about Objective 3. And so my question is an objective that tells us, that says, while adverse effects are mitigated, helpful in terms of defining the outcome, and do we need some sort of quantification of the extent to which they're mitigated? Adjectives like, I think they were, no, they're not adjectives, adverbs, I think, more correctly. Adequately or appropriately, alternatively, minimised, to use a favourable term of frame, but some sense of the extent of effects management.
Yeah, certainly reading it through again, they would certainly benefit from that. I'm not sure I would put something like minimise in the situation of temporary military training activities, simply because of the nature and extent of the noise activities.
Well, assuming that it means as much as reasonably practicable.
So that could be work more in this sort of context than perhaps minimise, or the other one.
In any absolute sense, because clearly it is possible to minimise it by not occurring, which is gets pretty circular.
Yeah, but we're recognising that it will occur, and there will be a level of adverse effects, but it's mitigating those, as you say, to some sort of level, and it will be something like, as you say, I'll give some thought to the precise wording, but I think probably to that last one about practicable would be the most appropriate in my initial thoughts for this type of activity.
Commissioner Palmara, anything from you?
Nothing further from me either, thank you.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Wait, one question on that. Oh, the rest of my questions are about the noise
Yes.
for tomorrow.
Yeah, so we'll pick up that with Mr. Lloyd, and we may have some further questions once we've talked to Mr. Lloyd about these things, but I think that might be it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Smeaton, that while it's tempting to call it a day, I'm aware that the infrastructure chapter is very large. My colleagues were suggesting to me that at the end of the day, we advise you that we'll go as long as we need to go tomorrow to finish. So in the light of that, the concern that we might not finish until we might run over time, I think we should start. You should certainly introduce your infrastructure. Well, actually, no. Tell a lie. I think it might be better if we start with transport, because and then we'll see what we can see. Certainly, you should introduce it, and we'll play it by ear, and perhaps steer away from the things that were the subject of conferencing, or non-agreement following conferencing. But if you could present to us on start, and we'll stop at 5 today, and we'll see how we're going.
Certainly. Okay. There were 54 original submission points received from 12 submitters on the noise chapter, with 11 further submission points from 2 submitters. The management of activities sensitive to noise in proximity of state highways and the North Island Main Trunk Railway line were the key issues in contention in the chapter. My analysis resulted in recommendations to amend the exemptions in the chapter introduction, amend Objective 1 to more specifically refer to generation of noise and include the well-being of people and communities, amend Objective 2 to be more specific to reverse sensitivity effects, amend Policy 2 to refer more specifically to the adverse effects of noise, amend Policy 4 to include 2 additional clauses relating to the ability to mitigate any effects on buildings from vibration generated by the state highway or railway network, and any topographical or other existing features on a site or surrounding sites. Or surrounding area, I should say, acknowledging that that's to do with the areas that we won't be addressing today. Amending Rule 5, again, acknowledging that we'll address that later on, but to increase the trigger for threshold for the setbacks in R5 1 to 70 kilometres per hour, make non-compliance with the setbacks from state highways and the railway line a controlled activity within residential zones, and restricted discretionary activities in all other zones, delete reference to noise S4 and delete noise 5.4. Added a matter of discretion relating to topographical and other existing features to standards 1, 2 and 3. Delete standard 4 and add retirement villages to the definition of noise sensitive activity. As you've already mentioned, while expert conferencing has occurred on the matter of noise from rail and road corridors, there remain a number of matters that were not agreed. So now, I guess, open to questions.
So, well, Commissioner Sinclair, you about noise. Well, do you want to go first? For me to...
No, you go first because I jumped right, not approached it in the same manner of going to that noise point first.
First, a question of detail, Mr. Smeaton. What, if any, conditions are there on the state highway and rail designations related to generation of noise? Are there any?
I do know there are a number of conditions on parts of the state highway network.
We would presume, or I would presume, that being so recent, Transmission Gully will have more conditions than you could shake a stick at, and the old State Highway one will probably have absolutely zip.
So I guess providing a little bit of context, yes, I have, to be honest, I haven't looked at Transmission Gully in a long time, but there are a number of conditions on that which I imagine will remain post-construction as well. But on State Highway 1, now State Highway 59, there were actually overlying designations along that alignment. So there are some places of the State Highway where there are in fact two designations giving waka kotahi rights in that area, which is slightly confusing, and I will address later on in a later hearing stream relating to designations. But in the area of around Plympton, in that sort of area, there are a number of conditions on there. I'm not certain on whether there are any relating to noise, which I could look at, but from memory, I don't think there were. But I can clarify that tomorrow if that's helpful.
I think it would be useful because if, like, one of the points of, for instance, that Mr. Botha made is, how can you apply a received noise standard or require a received noise standard on residents if they don't know how much noise they've got to mitigate?
Yes.
And the noise experts have suggested it, I've forgotten which way around, is either for one of the state highway or rail, an assumed noise generation. I think it's rail.
It is correct, yes, rail.
And so one of my questions for Mr. Lloyd and the noise experts to follow him is whether the same approach should be taken to the state highway, and if so what should the assumed noise generation be? And but if there are conditions, then clearly they should be specified where they apply. So I'm not sure. That's the chain of reasoning that I had, and so I think it would be relevant if you could get as far as establishing whether there are some, and if there are areas that there are none, where they are, like that would be an advance. Similarly, the rail network, I suspect that because the rail network hasn't expanded in the recent past, they're less likely to have conditions on them.
Yes, I'm reasonably certain that there aren't any on the state highway either, but I will double check that and get back to you. I suppose not wanting to preempt the noise experts' evidence either, but from reading the various statements of evidence and the joint witness statement as well, I think there's slight difficulty at the moment pre-Transmission Gully opening in determining what that noise level might be along the State Highway 1 alignment. So that, I guess they can address that in their evidence tomorrow, hopefully.
And you don't have a well-polished crystal ball as to when Transmission Gully will actually open?
No.
I think okay. I think I'd reiterate my request. Can you check it? Like, I don't think we need it instantaneously. I suspect that one or more of the noise experts will have worked on most of the designations, certainly the recent ones, in some capacity, and they'll be able to tell us. But if you could, if they can, if you could have a cross check, and I think it's a matter of just a table and reply that tells us. You're discussing the absence of paragraph in your section 3.2.1, the absence of any constraints or any controls on noise. Does section 16 apply to generation of noise on roads and rail networks?
I believe so. Certainly in the evidence presented by the experts, that's the assumption.
Having asked the question, I have some recollection. There's some old case law about the ability to it might be the general duty under section 17 that doesn't apply to designations. Not sure about noise. The old Court of Appeal decision on the Manukau Stonefields, which would have to have been in the 1990s.
When I worked at Manukau City.
That's the one that's that's always quoted for the fact that that iwi don't have a right of veto on developments by virtue of the provisions of Part 2. But it also talks about the application of those general principles. Well, there might be some homework for you. Firstly, to find it, then see what it says.
So, what was the name of the?
It's Nanaya Mahuta. What's this?
Yes, it's ringing a bell now.
Is it Naniko?
Yeah, Minhinnick.
Manhanak.
Nariko Minhinnick.
No, sorry.
Yep.
Thinking of the minister.
Manukau City
Getting
Council.
confused by the minister. Yes,
Versus Manukau City Council,
That's right.
in the Court of Appeal.
Court of Appeal post 1995, which was when the district plan was notified. Up there, the first one.
That's it.
Oh, we'll get there eventually. The paragraph 50, you're talking about the rules, the fact that the Kāngora submission route, the way the noise corridors are mapped, And you've recommended that the maps refer to an indicative noise corridor. My question is, accepting that the noise corridor may change, even if it's indicative, would it be better to map it consistently with what the rules currently say?
I think it would.
Rather than having something that indicative, like it's one thing to be indicative that we know is there or thereabouts, and another thing to be indicative that we know to be wrong.
Yes, and I was also reflecting on that, having read Mr. Botha's presentation as well, where I think he included a map where he had mapped 100 metres from the centre line of the railway network, and showing the great variability in our mapped noise corridor. So I think it would be useful, and there may be a process on how to show that on the maps in terms of an amendment from the current, which we'll have to work through. It's slightly challenging, but yeah, to answer your question, yes, I think it would be useful to be more accurate than it currently is.
Basically, as accurate as we can be.
Yes.
Acknowledging that it's not the last word.
Correct.
So, related to this is 48. So the plan doesn't refer to the noise corridor, right? And so that's all been corrected, right, in terms of the words. I'm sorry, no one's shown us where's a map or an example of a map, of part of a map where it shows that that's actually been done and it's a correction to the district, because the plans form part of the district plan. So I want to make sure that the maps show what everybody tells me they are, or
Yeah.
shows me an example of it.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was referring to before, and how we indicate the change from what's currently mapped to a more accurate mapping might be.
Someone just give us this is
example.
what we're proposing.
Like a screenshot.
A screenshot
Yeah,
thing of this bit here. This would show how it would work. I don't want them to muck around with the
Yeah, I think
proposed one. It's just a screen to show this is what we're talking about and this is how it would be addressed.
yeah, I think we can achieve that quite easily.
So I just had a series of questions there about how do you get, if the noise corridor isn't there, then how do you get from the planning maps to the rules? And then how does it work? How is it addressed in part in paragraph 50, and where the rules refer to indicative noise corridor? I couldn't work out what's the indicative noise corridor compared, or is that just what you're all trying to change it to that name to be able to correct all of it?
Yeah. So the rule, in effect, I guess within that rule 5, where it sets out, currently it's 80 metres of proposed to change to 100, but that's essentially the noise corridor, if you will,
Right.
which sets out where the rest of that rule kind of applies, because that's within that area you have to then comply with the standards. So the amending the noise corridor map would align with whatever that number is in the rule.
So what it doesn't, what is it? The bit I'm missing is I don't understand the linkage between, what's the linkage from those maps and how it's displayed on there through to the rules?
There isn't a linkage at the moment.
That's
Which
why you're missing it.
Yeah, I know, and so, how are you proposing to fix it?
At the moment, I wouldn't create a linkage. I guess we could state in the rule heading or something within the noise corridor area, such and such. But I actually prefer to just leave it as within the rule itself, setting the distance.
So at the moment, the rule says within X metres of the outer painted line marking of a state highway,
Right. What rule? Tell me which rule you're reading from.
5,
R5.
and within X metres of the centre of the track that's part of the North Island Main Trunk Railway line.
Correct.
Right. My concern is that if you're calling it the indicative noise corridor, and that's what's written in the maps, there's no linkage of that to this rule.
Well, I suppose,
How do you-
well, should there be a note on the end of the rule that says,
Or do you-
that directs you towards the indicative noise corridor? That would,
isn't there a hyperlink that you can, I don't know, put in there? It's just, if it's called a noise, an indicative noise corridor, and it's not referenced anywhere in the plan, I don't think I don't make the connection. There's nothing, unless it's defined
No, it's
somewhere.
not. No.
Or how do I know that the indicative noise boundary is, 20 metres from the outside line in a 70k area? I don't know that. Well, you'd need somewhere to link what's shown on the plan to what's written in the rule. And I don't know what the answer is, but it needs to be there so everybody would.
like what I'm thinking of is an advice note that says the area identified in Rule 5A is shown indicatively on the planning maps as the indicative noise corridor.
Boundary. Or something like that, or should it be more specific within the rule itself? I don't know the best answer, but if you could think about that and let us know.
Certainly, yeah.
Yep.
Right. You working down your questions, Commissioner?
Yeah. Noise O on page 9, paragraph 55, and goes over the page.
Yes, objective 2.
Yeah, so, so is the existing noise level able to expand? Would, in relation to the function and operation of the existing and permitted noise generators are not compromised, is that at the time that the plan becomes operative, or if for whatever reason more cars started to use the road, more trains started to use the rail,
Or less?
yep, then the noise would
Change.
potentially go up. Is that an issue? Just the fact that they've got designations with no controls on noise, is that sufficient, or is that how it's addressed?
Yeah, I think this is a question which has also been raised by certain submitters as well, and I think it is it's a valid concern. But I guess we can only assess the effects at the time of an application, or in making the provisions for the plan.
I have a related question, which is that sort of given that existing noise sensitive activities have existing use rights, or alternatively resource consents to be there, should this objective relate to reverse sensitivity effects from new or expanded noise sensitive activities?
What about you? Yes.
Which is another way of saying that at the point when they establish or expand, that's when you make your assessment based on what noise level is existing at the time.
Or is it only apply? Yeah, because it would just apply to new ones,
Because
yeah.
what do you think? Yeah, well, do you want to think about it overnight, since it's 3 minutes to 5?
I think that might be advisable at this point.
Yes, it's been a long day and you've done a good job, Mr. Speedon, to hang in there.
For falling at the last hurdle, possibly. But I might just to clarify, you're concerned that an expansion or establishment of new noise generating activities should also be protected.
No, it's more that it should be limited to new or expanded noise sensitive activities. It shouldn't purport to be seeking outcomes that you can't deliver, because the noise sensitive activities have existing use rights.
Yeah, you're not trying to deliver it retrospectively.
Okay. I'll think about that.
Okay, we'll adjourn for the day. Back at 9 a.m. tomorrow.